PowerPoint. It's always a pleasure for me, to be in these meetings where we kick off meetings of these very important research programs. It's a great pleasure for me to greet and cordially invite you all to Cyprus and the Cyprus University of Technology, hosting this kickoff meeting of the i-MareCulture project in the framework of the Horizon 2020 program, focusing on virtual museums and social platform on European digital heritage, memory, identity, and cultural interaction. As you already know, the implementation of the project is based on the consortium of 11 stakeholders, including universities, institutes, and SMEs with experience in recording and documentation of underwater projects. The two main Cypriot public universities participating are the Cyprus University of Technology and, of course, the University of Cyprus. The Cyprus University of Technology is the coordinator, so we're very happy about that. And I also have to mention that the project is supported by Cypriot NGOs. I would like to emphasize that the topic of digital heritage and virtual reality is a priority on our part, not only for our university, but for Cyprus, as well as for the 8 countries participating, as it fruitfully combines digital technology with the preservation of cultural heritage in the Mediterranean. Specifically, the targeted actions address the unreachable underwater cultural shipwrecks and sites which could have remained inexplorable without the immersive technologies and the augmented and virtual reality tools. Projects aiming at the protection of underwater cultural heritage are considered as crucial in order to raise awareness in maritime and underwater cultural interaction and exchange in the Mediterranean Sea. Undoubtedly, there is a need to create cooperating international networks to support underwater cultural interaction, protection alongside collaborative efforts for research and investigation. Of course, there are still several challenges to confront. Clear regulations and national legal mechanisms are needed for Mediterranean states that currently lack effective means for protection in their waters. There is a need for coordination between archaeological authorities charged with oversight of maritime and terrestrial cultural heritage, particularly in the case of submerged sites and shipwrecks that are preserved on land. And finally, public and community outreach remains an area that needs to be addressed for the effective protection, preservation, and promotion of underwater cultural heritage. So concluding, I would like to thank all the personnel involved in this project on behalf of the Cyprus University of Technology. I'm very happy there are so many people involved from our university. Special thanks, of course, to Dimitris in the Department of Civil Engineering and Geomatics, who has been very efficient and active all these years in digital photogrammetry. I would also like to highlight that the topic of this action is directly connected with the scope and the priorities of the Civil Engineering Department and the programs to be developed. I would also, of course, like to thank the collaborative partners for the collaboration, and finally, all the rest for your presence. It's a very exciting project for all of us who are not familiar with the topic, but going underwater, exploring things that we see at National Geographic. So I think it's a very important project for us. We are looking forward to the results, and I wish you the best of luck in this kickoff meeting and the remaining of the project. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
I would like to stay longer, but I have a lot of other obligations, so I would have to let you do your own thing. Thank you very much.
Okay. Next one for a short welcome is the Dean of our faculty, of Engineering faculty, Professor Christos Chrysostomou, and he will also give us a short welcome. Christos?
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. I would like also to welcome you to Cyprus on behalf of the Faculty of Engineering and Technology of our university. I'm just going to give some details. I mean, Andreas covered a lot as far as the project. Some details about our departments. I also left there some report, so you can get information on the faculty that we have. It's a report that we do twice every 2 years, just specifying what research we are involved in, looking for collaborations as we have done now. So we have 3 departments in our faculty, the electrical engineering, computer engineering and informatics, the mechanical engineering and material science and engineering, and of course the civil engineering and geomatics that is involved in this particular project. In 2016, we had in the university 2,300 undergraduate students, of which 500 were in our faculty. In the master's program, there were 700 and about 100 were in our faculty, and also PhD students, and 150, of which 45 were in our faculty. As you all know, in a research university, our intent and efforts go towards securing funding. We are a very young university, as you may know. It was founded in 2004, and our first students came in 2007. So the last 8 years, the university managed to secure 37 million from projects, competitive projects, 20 million of which were in our faculty. So we are trying to increase the funding in that respect. And from Horizon 2020, which is included, I mean, the project, from what I understand, that you are undertaking, is now we have at the university 9 million. We have 2 ERC projects for 3.3 million. So that, again, in 2 departments, so one in material science, actually, and one in electrical and informatics. 3 out of the 5 twinning projects have been awarded to our university for 1.2 million, and we have 1 RISE, which is at the first stage for 0.5 million, with the expectation to get the 15 million of the second stage to establish a center. So iMARECULTURE is included in this, and this is one of the efforts, and I would like to congratulate all of you for setting up a proposal that managed to get funded. And in particular, I would like to thank Dimitris and Fedonas from our department and from the civil engineering department also, that they secured this funding. And I wish you that you have, I mean, in a way to meet your objectives, and I'm sure you are going to do that. And I'm very much looking forward to play your games and also be able to visit wrecks, because I'm not good in scuba diving. So that would be a way of visiting either the Mazudos or any other shipwreck that you are going to put in virtual reality. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Christis. Yeah, I know, it's next door. Okay, so now, okay, better, okay. So now we are done with the welcomes. I would like to continue with the main topic of the open session. I mean, start the open session. There are not a lot of guests other than the participants here, just a few, three people. So it's going to be rather, we'll probably skip a few slides because you already know most of the stuff. So first of all, I would like to sympathize with our Italian colleagues and the problems they have in Italy about the earthquake and the loss of lives they have there. So hopefully you're going to, let's say, overcome this as soon as possible. Okay. So we'll start the presentation. And And I would like to welcome you all in Cyprus once again. Thank you for your collaboration in writing the project, especially Panos, who helped a lot and put a lot of effort on it. And as you very well know, the topic is Virtual Museums, Society, Platforms of European Digital Heritage, Memory, Identity, and Cultural Interaction. You know the pillar, you know that we have 100% funding. What you might not know is that 96 proposals have been the call had 96 proposals in RIA in particular on research and innovation, because there was another coordination and support action. So it was 1 out of 24 proposals that we got funding. The other one, the coordination and support action, is also coordinated by our university, by another faculty member from electrical engineering. As you may already know, we have 11 partners from 8 countries. The project will last 36 months. Hopefully, we won't ask for any more 6 months. And the total budget is 2.7 million, out of which the European Union is funding 2.36, because Canada is self-supporting, is financing themselves according to the European Union and Canada Memorandum of Understanding and Collaboration. So we have a pretty long title to match the pretty long topic of the call. And we're trying to mix up maritime archaeology and our underwater cultural heritage and bring in personalized museum visits. That's the actual topic of the call. And in order to do that, we're going to use serious games, virtual reality, and augmented reality applications and techniques. We invested, let's say, during the proposal in maritime archaeology, because it brings civilizations, and of course Stella is going to explain more to us. But as far as I understand, being non-archaeologist, maritime brings civilizations together. So that's how we can help European identity and European public to understand their own identity through commercial or other kind of interaction, maritime interaction with civilization across Mediterranean Sea. The other topic, hard topic, it was that we need to provide personalized museum visits. So the visitor, virtual or actual visitor on the site, should have a personalized experience. It's not just a simple tag next to exhibit that he can read, and that's it. So we should focus particularly on that. And of course, we have the tools to play with or to use, let's say, serious games, virtual reality, and augmented reality. Now, the project goals, as they were conceived initially, it was try to fit in between several other projects previously completed or ongoing under the European Union. Some of them are focusing mainly in cultural heritage, bringing libraries or doing virtual museums. And there's another cluster of European projects focusing in underwater exploitation, visualization, data acquisition, and so on. So we actually sit in between those two cluster of projects, and we're trying to implement all these techniques and underwater data acquisition methodologies in order to communicate underwater specifically and maritime in general, archaeology and cultural heritage to the wider public. So the actual aim is to raise the awareness and access to European cultural heritage to the public. And That's what we're going to do using VR and augmented reality technologies. They might seem quite expensive right now, but following the trends and the cost reduction, I hope that soon virtual reality glasses are going to be at the homes, just like computers or perhaps cell phones, and perhaps some other technologies such as holographic screens or virtual reality caves could be more affordable to museums, smaller or bigger ones. So, okay, this is just a slide with a few titles I got from internet. Maritime cultural heritage protects valuable historical, cultural, and archaeological resources within our coast, marine, and Great Lakes environment. This is according to NO. And underwater cultural heritage is all traces of human existence having cultural, historical, or archaeological character, which have been underwater for over 100 years. I didn't know that. The last part, the 100 years. So maritime is actually focusing in particular to the underwater cultural heritage because it is out of reach. It is remote, it's difficult to reach, most of the public is not aware of it. So that's why we're focusing in particular to the underwater environment. So once again, the European Union asks us to provide information on top of being in an exhibition room. So we have to think out of the box and provide personalized digital, interactive, not probably, for sure, experience. The storytelling and interactive tools will certainly play some role or a lot to the experience of the virtual visitor or the actual visitor, because in Bahia we're focusing on actual visitors, underwater divers visiting the site. We also aim to prolong the visit. This is another topic of the call. So we have to prolong the visit and provide access to digital content before, during, and after the visit on the museum. So before and after, it's actually in the house. It's providing information before and after the visit to the visitor while he's still in his house. And we're doing that using serious games, virtual reality goggles, 3D printing devices, in order to enhance and prolong this experience. And of course, we focus on the visit itself. So in museums, we will try to implement immersive technologies such as holographic screens and virtual reality caves, which are expensive toys, but museums can afford them. Allow dry visits, either using this kind of technologies or through virtual reality glasses. And in particular, in underwater sites, in Bahia, for example, we'll try to use underwater tablets with augmented reality, just like it's being used in some museums, in land museums, I mean. For example, I still remember the Parthenon projects where you can use a tablet and you can see through the tablet's camera the exhibit, which might be a very nice statue. And through the tablet, you can see the colors as they used to be. So you can walk around the sculpture, the statue, and you can see the colors as they used to be in ancient times. So we'll try to do something like this in the underwater environment with underwater tablets. So if you trying to put all these actions within a diagram, having time before, during museum visit and after, and home and actual site itself, we're studying like this. So we have a seafaring game, which is probably before the visit in order to raise awareness. at home. We have 3D printing devices. So after the visit and having seen something interesting in the museum, he could probably print it or make a 3D puzzle or something similar. We have virtual reality either in the museums or in the house, because virtual reality with Google's will become more affordable for sure. We have holographic screens and virtual reality games during the visit in the site, and underwater tablets, in the site itself. Now, apart from these particular projects, we would be hoping to expand the application of these technologies. So we would like to expand, let's say, the virtual reality visit on an actual underwater site before you actually visit the site itself. So in an excavation, for example, we could use a virtual reality to prepare the divers what they are going to do next day. Hopefully, sometime. Or even extend the use of the underwater tablet on site in order to inform about specific finds on site during the dive. Then again, having Mazodos in mind, the Mazodos excavation in mind. So, the technological impact, of course, has a lot of benefits in terms of interaction and personalization, using particular immersive technologies and 3D games big boys like to play. There are significant limitations currently. Technology readiness, I mean, probably Fotis is going to talk more about it. The virtual reality glasses are good, but not good enough, at least not all of them. The adoption of the new technologies, both in public and in museums. Bandwidth, because we are not planning to give all 3D data to the final user. And of course, price of all these gadgets. And there are, of course, certain dangers, most of them about intellectual property rights and difficulties to restrict digital content from copying. So that's, in particular, intellectual property rights, something that we need to focus on. So the gadgets we're using might be 3D screens for a simple, let's say, virtual reality experience, virtual reality goggles in museums and in-house, VR caves in museums, underwater tablets, okay, I hope in something more fancy than this, and holographic screens where Tibor will talk to us later, so I won't play this video right now. We're planning to provide 2 serious games to the public, to the wide public. One about seafaring games, where, okay, this is initial thoughts, and we have to go through it in deep tomorrow, where the player might select a ship, and he will carry some cargo from port to port, and he will have to face the weather and all dangers the ancient mariners had to face. The other game that we're planning to develop is with underwater excavation using virtual reality goggles. And the key point here is that just like dives, where you need a partner, the user will need to partner up with somebody else remotely in order to play the game. So there will be two divers simultaneously on the game, helping each other. And the key point will be to collect points by excavating, revealing, and recovering items from a shipwreck, something like that. We need to discuss further on that. Problems. All of these tasks are technologically very demanding. So, of course, we need quite strong computers, and any player will still need a very strong computer to help the virtual reality glasses to work. Intellectual property rights, image rights, 3D model rights, digital content rights, licensing, all of these are part of our projects because, of course, all the partners are bringing in some data, so that's one part. But the other part is that we're going to provide them to the wider public in some form. So we need to be very careful about that. And in general, discuss about the cultural heritage and who does it belong to, after all. Of course, we need to check out the ability of museums to invest and support such technology. Not all museums are able to invest this kind of amount of money in technologies such as this, plus they are not feeling comfortable on using them. And of course, the evaluation of all these actions, or so what's the impact of the program, what's the impact of the project, the final impact, and did we finally raise, are all these toys adopted by the users, or they're just another click that they will never use on a site? And of course, implement and try to evaluate this action using electroencephalograms. There are several research challenges, and I will just remind a few of them. The geospatial analysis for the seafaring game, it's something we haven't done, or we have done a little bit of it. The integration of ship building and naval engineering into the game, and how this affects the game plot. Libraries and ontologies, libraries about shipwrecks, ships, and amphoras. Detailed 3D models and color correction, underwater color correction, to provide as realistic site as possible, but giving the ability of the visitor to see the wreck without the bluish color. Randomized real-time site formation used for the underwater excavation game. Localization of the underwater tablet. Tablets underwater cannot use GPS, so the localization is a much more complex situation. Interactive storytelling. Games, the actual plot of the games, and how serious they are going to be in terms of both graphic interface as well as education. Immersive technologies and user interaction. Still, this is an open-ended problem. Evaluation with electroencephalograms. That's another sensitive part. Okay, sorry for that one. The last one is Pyridis Foundation, which you cannot see here. The rest of you know each other, so I won't go through this all over again. I would just like to highlight the main strengths of the team, which is that most of the partners have previous underwater involvement in projects, so we are familiar with the underwater environment. We have existing data sets of underwater sites and shipwrecks, so that was another prerequisite for the proposal. Most of the participants are divers, so that also helps a lot. And we are a well-balanced team in terms of research, commercial companies, public sector, NGOs, IT, archaeologists, storytellers, museums, and sites, and of course sites. And we have 3 sites on board. The first one is Xlendi, which is a shipwreck, undisturbed, undisturbed is not excavated, shipwreck site in 110-meter depth. So it's very hard for divers to approach the site, and I think that the initial survey was done by ROVs. So this 3D model that you are seeing here have been produced by ROVs. Felipe, am I right? Am I right? Yeah. Okay. Then it's Mazotos site, which is it's a shipwreck, but it is actually an excavation site, so it is heavily disturbed. nowadays. It's in 45 meters, so yes, divers can approach it and visit it, but they have to be technical divers or at least experienced divers. And there's the Bahia, which is a different story, totally different story. It's a huge archaeological park with varying depths from 5 to 24 meters. It's open to public, to divers. So Barbara is going to explain more to us about it. So we have quite a range of sites and shipwrecks to play with. The expected impact, short-term impact, of course, is it provides content accessible to everyone, breaking the restrictions of time and space. The medium-term impact will be the increase of European citizens' curiosity and consequently understanding for cultural heritage, and of course increase museum visitors through this action. And the long term is to provide tools which researchers and scholars will use and benefit from in the near future. So thank you for your attention. I'm looking forward in a fruitful collaboration with all of you, and I'm eager to see some results as well. Thank you. So any questions, or shall we give it for ourselves and go on later on? No? Okay. So in that case, we will proceed with Stella. Stella is the, I think so. Yep, from University of Cyprus, Stella, and you have your presentation here. Okay. No.
Okay, well, I think it's better now, isn't it? Yes. Good morning, everybody. I'm Stella Domestica. I would like to say hello, good morning, welcome to Cyprus for those of you that are visiting. A big thank you to Dimitris for organizing all this. And I'm very glad to see some old friends already and looking forward to meeting new ones through i-MareCulture, our very promising and ambitious project. I understood that our mandate today is to introduce ourselves so that we know better who we are working with. So I am going to describe very briefly the activities of the laboratory that I direct, MareLab, which is short for Maritime Archaeological Research Laboratory, and it was created in 2011 by the Archaeological Research Unit, Department of History and Archaeology of the University of Cyprus. Before I go on, I would like to say that maritime archaeology, or underwater archaeology more specifically, was not conducted by local institutions in Cyprus before 2007, so is a rather recent baby, a very recent activity, and we are still in the beginning of our efforts to go on with it. So MareLab was founded and aimed to create a venue for research and documentation of the cultural maritime landscape of the island, which, of course, you know, that has many different aspects. But, of course, we wanted to create a dynamic venue for education and training. Thus, still, MareLab is the only institution in the island, the only entity, if you want, that is able to conduct underwater research, the only Cypriot entity, I mean. So we are trying to cover a rather broad scope with our activities. Our main focus is fieldwork. Our main focus is on the shipwrecks that we're excavating. I will talk more about them. But when we're back on land, we have research projects going on. And we try to continue to give opportunities for training in underwater archaeology. And we're not doing much. I hope with this project we're going to do more for public awareness, but we are already have another little project going on to this end. Who we are, we're not that many. We are people, apart from me, we are people that work in the lab, like Irini Katsouris is here. Adonis Neophytou is a very close associate. They are both dealing with digital documentation. Our chief diver, Christos Patsalidis, maybe you've already met him. I don't know, yesterday? No? Okay. Our PhD students and people that are responsible for the technical support, the boats and other stuff, as again, I will explain later. Okay, our equipment over the years, we have managed to gather as much as we could, the basics, if you want, to conduct underwater investigations as well as we can. And I will go on with our field work. The Mazotos shipwreck site is our main project. We have been there since 2007. This is a joint project. We are the University of Cyprus. We are responsible for the archaeological part and the field work and the study of the material, but the Department of Antiquities of Cyprus has undertaken all the responsibility for the conservation, treatment of the finds, and we're working together for the in-situ preservation of what we leave behind. And also all the photogrammetry documentation is conducted by Dimitris Karlatos. The Mazotos, the site is 45 meters deep. It's off the coast, 1.5 miles off the coast in the open sea. It's not protected by any bay. And it's close to the village of Mazotos, and that's how it took its name. As I said, we've been there since 2007. We only began excavation in 2010. And our seasons there, the field seasons, sometimes are very short, only a week or a couple of weeks. The longest we've been there is 7 weeks, but 6 weeks, I'm sorry, but usually we're not more than a month. So we have many field seasons, but they're not long. And because of the depth, we're going rather slow. So although Dimitri said that we have changed the site, you can see that the change is not that dramatic. We have excavated mainly the two extremities of the site, the bow and the stern. So the main hold, the main assemblage is more or less undisturbed. Of course, on these photographs, on this orthophoto, you don't see the results of the 2016 excavation, which was conducted in the middle of the assemblage. So our documentation, what we have done, actually concerns, as I said, the bow and the stern, the two extremities of the shipwreck. We paid, since the beginning, we paid particular attention to very detailed and digital documentation. And since this is what we're going to talk about, I will focus on this aspect. So what we do, anyway, we didn't have many other options. We couldn't start documenting our site with measured tape, of course. A, due to the depth, and B, due to the density of the assemblage. So since the beginning, we went through several stages. I will not go into details, change several softwares and methodologies. 2007 until now, very many things have changed. But our main concern was always to be able to document in detail everything. And when I say everything, I mean not only intact amphorae, because that's what our cargo consists of mainly, but even the artifacts like this one, which are broken in situ. We want this process, this in situ breaking, I mean. So that's why we go into a lot of trouble, especially the surveyors here are suffering sometimes with our demands, because we need really this kind of detail. So we are trying to create a 3D model of the site, a site that we have never seen like this underwater, of course, because A, we are excavating in trenches, not in layers, and B, in this model, we're putting, every time we go to the excavation to excavate, we're adding new finds. So we've never seen this model in reality. This is only in the computer, and this is a very interesting aspect of how we excavate nowadays. Another important aspect of this shipwreck is that it's coherent. The ancient ship landed on a flat, sandy sea bottom. It was not dispersed, so it has, of course, the ship itself is deteriorated extensively, but the internal stratigraphy of the shipwreck remained not undisturbed, but was preserved in a very good degree. So this allows us to, with the system, the documentation system we're using, to be able to study in detail the space, the internal space of the ship. You see on your left the different layers of the amphora as they were stowed, and they are still standing upright, in an upright position. And thus, Irini Katsouri and I have recently started an experiment to reconstruct the stowage system of the amphora, and I will just try to present you the aspects of our research that are pertinent to the i-MareCulture project, so that a little bit we get inspired. So we tried to do that, and Irini tried several configurations. So we decided the square is better, and like that, she was able to recreate a hypothetical reconstruction system of the hold, because that's what we're looking at. We have not excavated the entire ship. We cannot talk about the ship, but only the hold of the ship. And we are experimenting here. This is not final, but I'm just giving you ideas of what we can do if we have this kind of detail, and if we are using these tools, not only for public awareness, but also for research. Okay, back to what we know about the ship. As I said, we have only excavated the two extremities, the bow and the stern. At the bow, and we have followed the keel in both cases. So at the bow, we have not exposed much of the planking, but we have found the keel. This year we did more of that, but again, I don't have the results yet. We only finished a month ago. And but at the stern, we went much further in, so we have a better idea about how the planking was, and we have exposed one frame. And we know that we already know by the little that we have exposed that the ship, the joinery system was mortise and tenons, which is expected in this period. But again, it is the classical period. I don't know if I've mentioned that the shipwreck is dated to the 4th century, middle of the 4th century BC. So this is a period where we expect this kind of joinery, but it is still a transitional period between this system and the system with lashings, with ligatures. So this is important. This adds a little bit to the history of ancient shipbuilding, and we hope we will have more results in the future. Regarding the internal stratigraphy and how we use the 3D model further for our further research, for example, here we try to map the encrustation on top of the amphora, because we think that this is an important stratigraphical indication, and we could reconstruct the different phases of the cultural site formation processes. For the same reason, the site formation processes, we have installed a current meter underwater so that we have data for the local currents. We have taken cores, and we don't have results yet. They're sent for analysis so that we have results on the sedimentation process around at the site. As I said, the main cargo of the Mazotos shipwreck consists of amphorae from the island of Chios. And Chios and amphorae are very well known in archaeology. They are a long series, and they are very well studied. Their dating is established. So this is our first and main dating indicator that we can date the ship at the middle of the 4th century. But of course, we need more information. So we have used the sample that we raised for dendrochronology, and also we have used some of the thousands of olive pits that we have excavated. The Chian amphorae are mainly wine amphorae, but some of them were found full of olive pits today. So we use them for carbon-14. Stuart Manning, the University of Cornell, has undertaken this, and he has suggested already that the date could be pushed a little bit earlier, but with more samples, we're going to confirm or not this. We're in the process of refining our date. I will not go longer with Mazotos because I think I'm already late. Apart from Mazotos, we started 2 years ago a project at another shipwreck. Okay, we have only opened a trial trench and never went back there. But the Sia shipwreck is a totally different site in character. It's a very much later shipwreck. It's much closer to the coastline, and it's more shallow, so it's more accessible by students and non-technical divers. So this was the main reason we went there. I'm not a specialist in these periods. But it was a very interesting site because we learned how to excavate wood. It's the site is heavily looted, so it's only the wooden ship that it's remained there. But we experimented with fruitful results on in situ preservation, and we reburied. With different methods, we buried parts of the site, and we used the sacrifice wood to check the deterioration process and the environment, how the wood is worn by the sea borers, actually. And of course, for the documentation, we have used the same methodology we followed at the Mazotos shipwreck. But here you see we document the ship, not just the cargo. Going on, as I said, we have several projects that are ongoing. Okay, this one has just finished, and it was our main attempt to document coherently the different aspects of the cultural landscape, maritime landscape of Cyprus. The project was called Sailing in Cyprus Through the Centuries. So it was an attempt to collect textual evidence, archaeological evidence, meteorological and topographical data, as well as ethnographic data, and put them together in a GIS environment. So create maps to understand better how seafaring activity how seafaring activity developed through the centuries. And I think we learn a lot about from this project, and maybe we will use some of the data for the applications that Dimitris has presented. The textual data for the evidence from written sources were the more challenging ones to put in a data on the GIS. We actually did not do it, so we are trying to develop a way to use all these written sources where they describe meteorological phenomena that we don't have data from. Okay, there. from the 15th, 16th centuries. But again, this is there's a lot to be done yet in this domain, we found out. And also, but we did some viewshed analysis to check some of the descriptions of the travelers, the traveling accounts, because they describe the landmarks on their during their traveling, their travels, especially the south coast of Cyprus. So we wanted to see, for example, how close to the coast they were traveling, because they could see specific landmarks like the monastery of Stavrovouli. Very briefly, another project of ours that had to do with ship iconography was the documentation of ship graffiti. Again, we are in the medieval period now, but as far as new technologies are concerned, we used RTI, the reflectance transformation imaging technology, so that we could actually read and understand the scratches that the lines that were carved on the walls, very difficult to see with the naked eye. And thus we documented more accurately the ships that we could locate on the walls of medieval churches of the island. We also used some photogrammetry. This was a test to understand better, to understand if we could compare the depth of the tool, the depth of the line, and understand and distinguish different tools, for example, on the same graffiti. Of course, we documented the graffiti in the context of the buildings themselves, and we put them on the map to understand how they cluster on Cyprus. Very briefly, another aspect of our activities are the traditional boats, fishing boats of Cyprus, which are being lost. They are lost already, most of them. Okay, not all of them, because people just abandon them. They don't make them anymore, and the fishermen don't use them anymore. So we have set up, Konstantinos Nicolaou, you can see him here, he has set up a lab where not only we document the existing boats, but we are trying to build, to document the lines, the ship lines and the boat lines, and build models so that students, he's working with students, can understand shipbuilding techniques with hands-on. It's a hands-on approach on this, and it helps very much when I have to teach them how ships were made. And as I said, public awareness and training is not we don't pay much attention, but we cannot ignore these two domains. So parallel to our project, we have worked with the Nautical Archaeological Society of Britain and organized field schools. Last year, the field school was from young archaeologists and students, and it was conducted in a shallow anchorage at Xylophagu off Larnaca. It's actually east of Larnaca, and this year the field school was addressed to technical divers, not archaeologists, and it was carried out parallel to our excavation at the Mazotos shipwreck. And another very short, small project that is conducted by my PhD student, Anna Dimitriou, in collaboration with the Maritime Archaeological Trust of Britain and funded by the Honor Frost Foundation, we're going to bring the maritime bus. This is something that exists in Britain, so we're going to import the bus in Cyprus, but equip it with material for the public that has to do with Eastern Mediterranean, because the existing one is for Britain. So it will be an experiment to see how the public will respond to this. And our goal is not the tourists, it's mainly the local public, students, school pupils, and Cypriots. And I think I have to thank you very much.
The good thing is that the steering wheel will be on the right side.
The steering wheel, yes, of course. It was not otherwise we wouldn't have brought it. Yes, still on the left side. Yeah.
So thank you very much for this introduction on Mazotos. So next is Teresa Pamar Davide. And Takwa, have you go?
Yes.
should be here. Yeah. Okay.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Barbara Davide, and I'm the director of the unit of underwater archaeology of Istituto Superiore per la Conservazione e Restauro in Rome, Superior Institute for Conservation and Restoration in Rome. Our institute has a long tradition in restoration. It was founded in 1939, but our unit of underwater archaeology was set up in 1997 by our director Michele Cordaro. It was directed by Roberto Petriaggi until he was retired in 2010, and now is directed by me. We provide consultancy, service, and scientific and technical assistance for recovery, conservation, protection, and restoration of underwater cultural heritage. And we plan and manage complex restoration works to improve conservation practices on underwater cultural heritage. You can see here, for example, the satyr of Mazara del Vallo discovered in Sicily. We work together with our colleagues, in particular with the Marine Biology Laboratory, to study the environmental, natural, and accident factors that deteriorate underwater cultural heritage and the action required to prevent and reduce the effects of such damage. And we work together with all the lab of chemists, with our colleagues that are chemists, physical, and restorers. We have a lot of different type of laboratory of restoration in our institute. We don't work only underwater, but we work on restoration of shipwrecks. We started in 2004 at Naples to recover the Roman wrecks in the Municipio Square. And together with the Soprintendenza, the FORIA, the Superintendents of Naples, and our colleagues of our institute, the restorers of waterlogged wood and biologists. And now, in 2014, in December, our ministry funded the restoration of the wreck, because during the year, the superintendents have discovered a lot of other wrecks. You can see here some pictures, and we are restoring the wreck called E by our colleagues. We worked together, the Superintendenza of Pisa, also for the restoration of the Roman wrecks discovered in Pisa. And in our institute there is also a high school for restorers, and our students works and restore since the first year original artifacts. In this case, this is the works of our student for his thesis, the restoration of fragment of the site of Roman boat coming from the excavation of Pisa. And we cooperate also with the Superintendenza of Roma for the wreck of Isola Sacra. But let's go underwater. That's why I'm here today. We cooperate for the restoration and museum display in situ of the Nymphaeum of Punta Epitaffio, one of the sites of the underwater park of Baie, that is a marine protected area. And we provide training courses for underwater restorers as set guidelines for conservation and restoration activities. If you are interested, we can talk together before. It could be the possibility for restorers, archaeologists, technicians from all over the world to come in our institute for training for a short period, for 1 month, with and our institute pay for the stay of the student in Rome. In Baie and in Torrestura in 2001, we started the project Restoring Underwater, funded by our ministry. This project is on course today. And this project was according with the Convention of UNESCO that the preservation in situ of underwater cultural heritage shall be considered at the first option before allowing engaging in any activities directed of this heritage. So that's why Roberto Petriaggi decided to move the restoration activity generally used on the land underwater, and we start to do this. First in Torrestura to restore some fish ponds, and then in the underwater park of Baie. Baie was a very important town in Roman antiquity that now is underwater because the Braticism. So you can see from these images, these pictures, that a large part of the city is now underwater. We can see villas, buildings with their mosaics and architectural structures, and the area is very large. It's 172 square meters. Now, since 2002, is a marine protected area, and there are some the divers can dive in some target of this big park. And during the years, we have done the restoration of these monuments underwater, as you can see here. And we have a GIS, Baia Sommersa, submerged Baia, and we have done the cataloging of the state of conservation of all the underwater structures, and all these data are in the database and then in a GIS. I want to show you some picture of our underwater park with mosaic, building, and some moment of the restoration work. This is an opus sectile floor. Starting from 2011, when I start to be directed my unit, this unit of underwater archaeology, I test a scuba laser scanner to do the relief of underwater structures. This is the first one during the conservation work of this opus sectile floor, and this is the Villa con ingresso a protiro, one of the target of our project, where we have restored two mosaic floor, this one, the white and the black and white, and a thermal room, and some other fragment of mosaic that are in this part of the villa. And here you can see some moment of the work, and this is the scuba laser scanner relief of the black and white mosaic before restoration and after restoration. Of course, we have tested this laser scanner also to do some particular relief. For example, in this case, we use this laser to relieve this part of the mosaic to study the erosion, the different type of erosion of the white and black tesserae. And this is a threshold. And here I can show you Portus Julius, another very important place in the marine protected area of Baie. Is characterized by the by different building. Like in this case, this was a villa in a Republican era, and then it was changed its aspect. We don't know, we have to study because nobody have done the excavation. This is important in Baia. The excavation at this moment is not possible to do. Probably we can start with a new project to do the excavation of a sector of Baie, but so it's quite difficult to study the stratigraphy of this town, but in this case we have done the restoration of this sector of this building, and we have repositioning a column that was collapsed by an anchor in 2004 with this material, with steel, and in 2015 with a new material that we have tested in a SASMAP project, and then during this restoration work, we have also used this scanning system, VIRSCAN. It's a warm infrared scanner to scan large areas and to document the repositioning of the column. During our work, restoring underwater was devoted to test material tools to do restoration underwater. And during the year, we participate as consultant to the project COMAS. Probably Fabio Bruno will explain better what we have done, but in a part of this big project, they developed with us new tools to do underwater restoration. So in particular, I want to show you these two tools. A sensoride multipurpose tool equipped with force, torque, speed sensor, and a data logger in order to collect quantitative data during the cleaning operation, and this electrical handheld grilling tool. These tools are very useful for the restorers because in the past we use pneumatic tools, so the restorer have to be connected with the boat on. In this case, anyway, they can swim and go where they want, and they can clean the surfaces in a good way. We have done also a project of conservation in situ by cathodic protection together with Sebastiano Tusa in Sicily. And we have just finished a big project, the SASMAC project. The leader was the National Museum of Denmark with David Gregory. And during this project, we have tested tools and techniques to rise waterlogged organic archaeological artifacts, and we have studied in situ stabilization of underwater archaeological sites using green artificial matter, artificial seagrass, sorry. So this is just a sketch of our activities. I think that we have time to, we will have time to talk together and to share our experiences. And at this moment, I finished my presentation with this picture, with this diver that visit the site in Baie, the Opus Sectile site, that, as you can see, is covered by, protected in part by the geotextile, because otherwise the biological erosion start and destroy the marbles. But there is a windows for the divers that they can open with their hands, and they can see just a part of the of the opus sectile role. So now we are here to work together to improve the visit of this site, and I hope that we will do a good job. Thank you for your, sorry for my English.
Thank you, Barbara. Very looking forward to dive there.
Yes, I have also a video, but tomorrow I can show you. Okay. No, no. No, he's really a tourist. I found this picture on the web in Facebook. And he say, yeah, I visit a very nice place underwater. So that's why I choose this picture.
You mentioned that the area is 172 square meters. 172,000 square meters.
172 metri quadrati, square meter, yes, square meters, yes. 172 ettari. Hectares. Ah, sorry. I made confusion.
And, yes, perhaps later on.
172 ettari. Yeah.
What do we talk about?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Barbara.
Do you want to know something about the laser scanner? I can show.
Well,
No,
let's keep
no,
on the
no.
schedule
Yeah,
and,
yeah, okay.
see tomorrow or later on.
Yeah, yes, of course.
So next one is Professor Castro from Lisbon University.
I have two hats. I Lisbon and Texas.
Yeah, that's fine. Never mind. You can introduce yourself properly.
So thank you so much. It's an enormous pleasure to, if I find it, yes. And what I am doing now that I think is relevant for the scope of this grant is didactics. I'm trying to prepare a course on method and theory, and one of the things, let me see. Can I? Yes. One of the things that we are working on is to establish a methodology that would allow us to theorize and discuss the things that cannot be automated yet, because the idea would be to define the parameters within which it would be possible to automate an assessment, a survey of a site. So off-the-shelf software is pretty much what we do, what we use, and all these stages of a normal underwater excavation. And I would say I'm focusing on recording, not on raising and protecting artifacts. So the idea is to go from scaled meshes of points to drawings that could be, how do you say, could be put on 2D so that they can be published and they can be seen everywhere. I love to do it by hand, and the computer people get really nervous, but everything that can be done with a pencil can be done with a mouse or with a tablet. So I always tell people to relax about my prehistoric ways of working. And obviously, you can even download shareware computer programs that are for free that allow you to transfer these meshes of points into your drawings. The thing that I don't know how to solve yet, and it's very important, I think, for this grant, is how do you go about recording all the little things that are done with our brains. You have to go down, you have to look, you have to scratch, you have to measure the part that is the sketches and the notes. And that's the thing that I think is more interesting and more challenging. I'm from a generation, we used to go have lunch between dives or after dives and sketch on the paper towels and then cut the paper towels and file them in our files. And of course, computers are simplifying our lives enormously. That's the part that I think is most interesting. So from the drawings, we go to the 3D models. And then from the 3D models, we go to the reconstructions. And all reconstructions are conjectural. There is no such a thing. None of us was ever there. And that part also interests me very much. What are the ranges of possibilities from the bottom of a hull to the reconstructive, hypothetic, floating digital hypothesis? And rigging these models and then reconstructing the curves, it's tremendously easy. I mean, now it's so much easier to do this with a computer than it was, again, when we made wooden models and tested the wooden models and put plexiglass splines. And so all these software packages, we have been testing them. Rhinoceros works very well, mostly if you put a plugin that allows us to transform the surfaces into lines. These drawings can be eloquent, and then you can straighten, in this case we straighten the keel to come up with lines drawings that would allow us to reconstruct, to try to attempt a reconstruction. And now we have been experimenting with Autodesk Maya because it allows us to slice the meshes of points and get sections, which is very, very useful when you want to do sections with a rigger. And we got centimetric accuracy. We sliced it, measured it in AutoCAD, and then we went down, tested, and we got. So yeah, and then from that, Autodesk Maya is a very good software that allows us to come up with the reconstructions and testing them. And again, because we don't know how things were when we do our reconstructions, we cannot change. We can come up with 10 possibilities for what this ship or that ship might or it might not have looked. The most important thing being, of course, the fact that ships have stratigraphies. They are built according to a sequence, and we need to understand the sequence. And once we understand the sequence, we are in a better position to make conjectures, to start imagining how things were putting together. Now we have been looking at procedural 3D reconstructions. There's a software called Houdini that we just made I have a little video that later I can show. And what it allows us to do is a library of timbers that are defined by parameters and that are connected through nodes. So you can go back to the beginning of your reconstruction and change the sided dimension of a keel towards the bow and towards the stern, keeping the sided dimension of the keel amidships, and the whole ship modifies accordingly. And then we can go back to every timber and measure it. It's very useful. I'm really bad with computers. I have problems opening my computer, but I have wonderful students that know these things and know how to listen to questions. So now the idea that there is a mathematical approach to reconstructions of, I mean, there were two mathematicians that made the Renaults and the Peugeots and with splines. And this is possible. I've talked to a lot of colleagues of mine in the aeronautics department, but of course their time costs too much money for an archaeologist to be able to afford. And this would be, I think, a very interesting avenue of research to go to. The idea that ships can be defined. Ships are all different, but they're all equal, and they can be defined with a very small number of curves and parameters. We did an experiment in the Department of Computer Science with Iberian shipwrecks. A colleague of mine who's an historian, retired and left me a big spreadsheet with all the measurements of all the Spanish ships she ever encountered in archives. And we went and made a hull and stretched it and pulled it, and then saw the idea was we did not get money to see the stability, the intact stability of each of these hulls, but we got a lot of numbers that can be exported one day when I have money. We will go back to this project. But my idea is that this same shape can be stretched and compressed and understood better, the variations. So there are 3 or 4 curves that I think are very easy to define and that can define all sorts of hulls. And I'm preparing collecting lines drawings that are reliable, that are reconstructions, they are conjectural, but still they are reliable, and trying to prepare a package that I can export. Maybe within the scope of this grant, this could be an interesting avenue to pursue. And then the evolution, we can do taxonomies and we can do cladistics, because then we have all these types of ships evolving through time. We find them. We have now a sample that is large enough. We have around 300 post-medieval shipwrecks. Unfortunately, the majority is not published. But this is changing. The other thing is to go to the documents. After the Renaissance, we do have reliable drawings on ships. Before the Renaissance, we don't. So everything we have is conjectural when we are going to talk about Mazotos, and we will have to focus on whatever exists. I think it's going to be very easy and very interesting to collect all these lines drawings of all the ships and try to make sense of whatever is there. There is a lot of archaeological information that can be treated in order to create lines drawings that are plausible. A lot. It's just, it has not been done yet. So this is a very small sample of the lines drawings that are published and that are, and I am told that gaming companies there are people that are already developing these ship models, and some are good, and you can buy them. So in 2012, when I met Pierre Dra, who is the reason, I'm really sorry he's not here, is the reason why I am here, we decided to go and build a big ontology. And to even extend it to that there is now enough archaeology in Southeast Asia to put that region of the planet also in the map. And we started. We have done a lot of work. I am more interested in post-medieval shipwrecks, and I would like to scan and make a library of shapes. I think there will be at least 500 to 700 lines drawings that are published that could be digitized quickly, and then go from there, because what archaeologists do that well is to find patterns and work with patterns and put them in geographically and through time. And that's what I'm focusing now, is just to make lists of things that are connected to ships. So we divided them in hulls and design and conception and construction, and then we have the fittings, and then we have, of course, the rigging. It goes separately, and then we have personal materials, and then we have cargoes, and then from there we just build lists and lists and lists of words, glossaries that then can be tied together to make ontologies, and we are very advanced there. And I think games are, to finish, very important for a number of reasons. One of the things that I think is changing, and I'm very glad that it's changing in the world of archaeology, is that secrecy is fading away. I have colleagues that would rather give me a kidney than let me see a report. Very good friends. It's just something that has been in a superstitious world form of life, and reports and drawings and pictures, and don't archaeologists sit on their excavations and then they die. There's a long list of excavations that were never published. It is estimated 75% in the Mediterranean. And making this information of the best quality available forever, banal, I think would be a very good advance in our discipline, to put all this information out there, just like paleontologists did. Thank you so much. Any questions?
Plenty.
We have a little bit of time. I went very fast. Yes.
How accurate are those constructions? I guess you need to blend the various shapes and curves and things like that. How many of those, and at what percentage of errors do they go?
Well, the short answer is we don't know. We will never know. The long answer is that we can define ranges of plausible reconstructions. I did a reconstruction for political reasons. That I had to cross a desert when I left Portugal to the US, and I had a lot of time. So I did a full reconstruction of a post-medieval ship from very small amount of timbers. And then I gave the data to a group of students from naval engineering in Portugal, and they came up with another reconstruction. And then we put our reconstructions together, And there were a lot of things that were common because they are so plausible, it's almost obvious. We work partly by looking at the ethnographies. People have been doing ships in the same way. And we do have a big body of data right now. 20 years ago, it would be impossible to make certain leaps. But now we do have, I would say, you know, for Romans, we have a lot of information. For Greeks, no. But we do know that everything we find in the Mediterranean comes more or less in four formats. They are lashed, they are laced. Yeah. There is a recent paper on Roman reconstructions that has a series of different reconstructions from the same ruins, and it's very interesting, with one story, two stories.
So there's a lot of uncertainty.
Oh yeah, and that makes it exciting for people, isn't it? We can show them what we do, and show them what we don't know, and yeah.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Oliver. Next one is research from Thalassa Museum and Pyramid Foundation.
First of all, let me welcome you to Cyprus. I'd like to thank also Technological University and Dimitris for organizing this meeting. Despite the fact that disregard us from the list, we're going to present Thalassa Museum. The word Thalassa is mean the sea. So our museum is administered by Keridis Foundation, so we represent Keridis Foundation, in association with two more institutes, the Hellenic Institute for the Preservation of Nautical Tradition and the Tornaridis Keridis Marine Life Foundation. The museum study and design was made by Dr. Yannis Toumazis, and the project architecture is Professor Zenon and Christina Sherebekli. The collections that we have in our museum is provided by the Cyprus Department of Antiquities, the Department of Fisheries, the Geological Department, and the last 3 years we have a great cooperation also with the University of Cyprus, and we give all the credits to Professor Stella Demestica, who is trying the last 4 or 5 years to save the traditional sea period boat, and I wish you all the success again on this project. Before we begin, I would like to say that Ayia Napa is on the eastern coast of Cyprus, and is one of the most greatest tourist resort, not only in Cyprus, but in the whole Mediterranean Sea. In the museum is located in a place that it was a primary school from 1946 to 1998. In 1988, we have an empty building in the middle, in the center of Ayia Napa. So the local authorities, they decided to create something in order to be useful for the, not only for the community, but also for the local and foreign visitors. So the local authorities wanted to present to the audience the impact and the significance of the sea upon the history of the island from paleontological to historical periods and up to present. The vision was to house sea period antiquities, to house also, to protect also the Gerinia II, which was the first ever made replica of a Greek trade ship of the classical period. The Gerinia II was made for experimental purpose. We'll give more information later on. It was made for experimental purpose. And after the experimental trip that had made, was left in a small port without any preservation. So we decided that time in 1999 to give them a permanent house. The Gerinia ship, the Gerinia II ship was a great project. So the museum was designed in order to be able to adopt this replica. The rigging and the sail, as you can see on the picture, was made in the museum. It was impossible to make it outside. The sail, it took us about 2 weeks to accomplish by placing also the rings, the metal rings, and of course the mast. It was impossible to use any technological method like grains in order to place the mast. So we experienced some methods to be able to make it. Moreover, we have decided the visitors to be able to see how the shipwreck was first seen by the diver Andreas Kaleoru that was first discovered in 1965. So now we're going to have a museum tour. I would like to mention that the museum combines an existing with a new building. It's a 3-story building made by marble, onyx, wood, and metal. We use elements that we had in Cyprus throughout the centuries, and we are still able to use them. It's designed as bird-eye view and offers unique experience appealing to all our senses. It's like the diver that dives slowly and explore the seabed. It incorporates 7 sections and exhibits present with different methods, such as underground showcases. There is a glass floor. The tourists, the visitors, they are able to walk up on the glass floor and have a look on the exhibit. And moreover, we have a lot of exhibits. There is some innovative presentation. We have a lot of exhibits that place it freely in the museum. The people, they are walking around and they are able to experience even the antiquities and the other exhibits that we have in the museum. Here we can see the entrance of the museum. On your right-hand side, you can see the existing building. On the left-hand side, we have the new building. The museum, in order to raise some funds, we have also a shop. In the shop, we sell only local handicraft. We don't import anything in our shop, and we try to give also and to promote the local handicraft. On the reception hall, the exhibits begin from the reception hall. We have on the top a skeleton of a whale. It's a skeleton of a whale that was caught on fisherman's net and here in Limassol. On the first floor, we have a multifunction hall where we are able to host periodical painting, photograph exhibitions, seminars, and other exhibitions and activities. We house in our multifunction hall the first underwater photograph exhibition of Prince Francesco Aliadan de Villafranca from Italy. Moreover, by entering the main areas of our museum, there are 12 audiovisual panels where the visitors get informed on the history of the Museum of Cyprus. We present all the historical periods we have in the island. Throughout the centuries, we have a lot of conquerors that they come into Cyprus, so we try to inform the majority of our visitors, they are foreigners. We try to inform them about the local history. It's just a 12-minute film. In the first floor, moreover, the visitors are able to see fossils and stuffed fish. The stuffed fish, they are collected dead from the island seacoast or from fishermen's nets, and we preserve their skin. On the ground floor, we house the Papyrella, which is a replica of a Mesolithic papyrus vessel. We had Cypriot antiquities. We cover a chronological span of 7,000 years old history. We begin with the Neolithic period and we end up with the Venice period about 600 years ago. And we have on the ground floor the main exhibit of our museum, which is Keringia II. The Keringia II, as I have said, is a life-size exact replica of the ancient ship of Keringia of the classic period, which was built in 1985 for experimental purpose. We have seen also the Cypriot antiquities, as we have said. We covered 8,000 years history. Here we have the most important exhibit by means of archaeological exhibits. It's a clay model of a ship with captain and sailors from the Cypro-Archaic period, 2,600 years old. This exhibit has been sent now to New York in order to be displayed to the public for the next 2 years, representing the Republic of Cyprus. We have also some geometrical period exhibits, among others. There is a reproduction of the Kerinya ancient ship wreckage. The visitors are able to work on the class and on the same time in screening the excavations and the preservation of the ancient ship. On the semi-basement floor is based the Tornaridis Pieridis Marine Life Foundation, which shows the marine fauna of the Mediterranean and stresses the importance and the necessity of preserving the marine environment. We have stuffed sea and lake birds. Again, I would like to mention that all of them, they have been collected dead. Most of the stuffed sea and lake birds that can be found during the winter period, if it's of course it's rain in the two main salt lakes that we have in Cyprus, in Larnaca and also in Limassol. We have stuffed sea turtles. We present 3 species of turtles, the leatherback turtle, the green turtle, and the careta species. All of them, they can be found in the Mediterranean Sea, but only 2 of them, the green and the careta species, are hatched in the island. Moreover, we present corals, sea sponge, and variety marine organisms. Last but not least, we have the paleontology section. Is the house of geological exhibits, minerals, and 8,000 years old bones and skull of sea period elephant and hippopotamus, which are well known as Fanurios minor. The last 16 years, in a cave not far away from Ayanapa in Cape Greco Peninsula, the University of Athens and the Geological Department of Cyprus, they are excavating that cave, and they came up with real bones and skulls of 178 such animals. We call them pygmy because they were small. Here you can see the real skeleton of a pygmy hippopotamus. As a museum, we carry, of course, tours and a lot of educational programs from primary school students to lyceum and even to university students. We carry out an educational program. By playing, the children are able to learn. So they are active like captains, like sailors, like tradesmen, and they try to learn also the history of Ireland. We carry out educational programs for adults. We are the first museum in Cyprus that carry the educational program designed for adults. They come there and they are able to create their own handicraft. They find out the traditional basket making of Cyprus. They find out about the clay art of Cyprus, about the glass art of Cyprus. And the positive aspect of these educational programs, the 95% of the participants, they are foreigners. We carry out educational lectures, workshops, and seminars. We organize the Little Environmentalist. We organize beach cleaning and sea coastal walls. With the Little Environmentalist, they are able to carry out a lot of programs. We are able to learn to the children to be able to respect the Cyprus environment and the cultural heritage. In the amphitheater of Thalassa Museum, we house function and cultural events, especially on summertime. Why we participate in the i-MareCulture project? We participate and we are seeking to give us the potential to gain valuable technological skill and to promote new innovative methods in order to accomplish our goal of providing new approaches and methods of cultural and environmental heritage awareness, and definitely to increase our visiting number. As a museum, it's important to increase our visiting numbers so we will be able to operate throughout the years. I would like to thank you once more for listening to me, and I wish you all the best for the rest of the meeting. Thanks a lot.
Photos, you have mentioned that you are using already some kind of virtual reality technology.
Yes.
Which is?
The virtual reality program that we had in the museum, we have we still have in the museum. We present the ancient city of Miletus. So we have a 3D by using the stereopic glasses with glasses. So we carry out and we show the ancient city of Miletus, and we also have a game for the children, the War of Syracuse. So they are able at each time to students to be able to play and learn also this kind of history, this part of history.
So it's a 3D screen.
It's a 3D screen actually, yeah. And they use stereoscopic glasses in order to be able to participate and attend.
The game is interactive.
It's still active. Again, the game is still active, and
Interactive.
it's not so interactive. It's not so interactive. It's more positive actually. It's not so interactive. So we're looking to be more interactive for the participants. Thank you. Any question?
Okay, Selma. Next one is Professor Selma from the University of Sarajevo, Faculty of Electrical Engineering.
Good afternoon, everybody. We are very happy to be in Cyprus, and I would like first of all to thank Dimitris and his group for yesterday's lovely excursion, because for us it's the first time in Cyprus, and for me personally, I see first time people diving. I'm not a diver and don't intend to become, but it is very interesting to see the pleasure of diving and how they are so excited about it, and so it was really nice. Thank you very much. We are coming from Sarajevo. I'm head of Sarajevo Graphics Group. So before we start to say what we are doing, just to introduce my colleagues and myself. I'm Associate Professor at the University of Sarajevo, Faculty of Electrical Engineering. I'm leading the Sarajevo Graphics Group laboratory, and I'm also working at the Bosnian Radio Television as the head of Broadcast Design Department, which connects somehow computer science and this storytelling and art that we are doing within the group. You see here our research interests are quite wide. I'm head of Sarajevo Graphics Group. So before we start to say what we are doing, just to introduce my colleagues and myself. I'm Associate Professor at the University of Sarajevo, Faculty of Electrical Engineering. I'm leading the Sarajevo Graphics Group laboratory, and I'm also working at the Bosnian Radio Television as the head of Broadcast Design Department, which connects somehow computer science and this storytelling and art that we are doing within the group. You see here our research interests are quite wide. They range from technical sciences like computer science to visual arts, multimedia, and especially digital storytelling. That is our expertise in this consortium. Dr. Vensada Okanovic, my colleague, is assistant professor at University of Sarajevo, the same faculty, and she's into web technologies. She's teaching web technologies, and she's actually assisting us to put online all our applications that we are inventing and implementing within the projects. And another colleague of mine, Aida Sajak, has a Master's of Engineering, and she is working at the moment as a broadcast designer at Bosnian and Herzegovinian Radio Television, but she has been my teaching assistant for many years, and she decided to move into industry, let's say, because her artistic abilities prevailed over the technical interest, but still she's on all our projects, and she's mostly in charge of visual appearance of our projects. You will hopefully like it. So our motivation to explore cultural heritage is that we really believe that we can understand our past through cultural heritage, and that actually these digital technologies can help a lot to understand the past and to somehow raise awareness of the past and cultural heritage to the general public. During our 10 years of research, we have discovered that stories are a key part of visual presentations, especially in cultural heritage, because you can go to a museum and see wonderful exhibits, but if you don't know the story about them, if you don't know their context, then you are missing a significant part of their importance. So our goal in general is to review the forgotten cultural heritage and the cultural heritage which is destroyed or neglected somehow, and to raise awareness of it in collective memory of people. Sarajevo Graphics Group has been founded in 2005 at the Faculty of Electrical Engineering in Sarajevo. We have started from computer graphics, but then we introduced a lot of animation, visual arts, multimedia, and at the end, digital storytelling. My colleagues are always joking with me that I'm not an engineer, but I'm an artist. But for me, it's not an insult, but a kind of compliment, because we are a little bit sticking out in the engineering department, but we don't care and we are happy. So our projects mainly focus on cultural heritage virtual reconstructions and virtual museums. This is the overview of our projects. You can see that there are quite a lot of them. We are proud that we have reconstructed some sites that were completely neglected and some objects that completely disappeared from public memory because something else was built on the site and so on. I will just briefly introduce you with projects related with digital storytelling. It has been discovered that it really enhances cultural heritage presentations. We had an honor to be a part of a consortium Virtual Museum Transnational Network. It was a European network of excellence. For 4 years, we have been exploring virtual museums, and at the end, we concluded the project with a huge exhibition called Keys to Rome. It has been held in 4 cities: Rome, Sarajevo, Amsterdam, and Alexandria. We connected 4 large museums, and the topic of the exhibition was Roman culture or Roman Empire during the Emperor Augustus. So that Roman Empire at that time was containing all these places that I mentioned. So we connected 4 museums, some reconstructed archaeological sites from Roman period, and the physical exhibitions through the digital content. And we really believe that we had done a good job. This is on the right side an exhibition in Sarajevo in our city hall. On the left side you see one portable application that was connecting the exhibits from the physical exhibitions, adding some more information on the mobile devices. Our first digital storytelling experience was the virtual reconstruction of the Church of the Holy Trinity in Mostar. Mostar is a city in southern part of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Actually, it's the capital of Herzegovina. And that church was unfortunately completely destroyed during the war in Bosnia and Herzegovina by Croat forces. They have first burned the church, and then they destroyed by explosive what remained from the church. So you can see here that actually that was the appearance of the site after the war. We have reconstructed the church using advices from the Orthodox priests from the Orthodox community in Bosnia and Herzegovina, but also we introduced a digital storyteller or a kind of live avatar. It was a priest from the church who used to be a main priest in the church, and he was really happy about our project. It for him was a completely new discovery of technologies and everything, and he volunteered to tell us the story of the church inside the church. Or actually we recorded him on green screen and him superimposed in our virtual environment. So when you open the application, you can browse the church and hear him talking and see him talking about the church. It was a long time ago. It was in 2010. After that, we have actually virtually reconstructed several objects from Sarajevo. There is the founder of Sarajevo was Isa Bejsaković during the Ottoman period in 14th century, in 15th century, and unfortunately the objects that were first built by him and started the city of Sarajevo nowadays don't exist anymore, but the very clever government of communist period Yugoslavia built a gasoline station over that site, and the last object was torn down, so nobody actually knows what was there, and you have to go to the museum and look very carefully just to find out what was there. So we created several virtual applications and models, and you can see in his picture that we also added an interactive computer animation of a dervish ritual within one of the objects. It's a dervish teke that was in the site, and for our visitors it's very exciting because they don't know what these dervish do inside, what is their prayer, why they are moving like that. So we put our visitor in the middle of the animation, and while the ritual is ongoing by animated characters, you can click on them and find out which one of each of them is doing and what they mean inside the ritual. And here you can see the top view of our virtual environment with all these objects presented using 3D models. Our Tašlihan project was one of the recent projects, and actually Tašlihan was the largest hotel or inn in Sarajevo during the Ottoman period. And it was built between 1540 and 1543 as an endowment of one benefactor, a governor at that time of Bosnian province within the Ottoman Empire. Today, only one wall exists of that object, and there is a modern hotel built on the site. They preserved a little bit the archaeological excavation, but nobody can imagine how it used to look like. So we decided to reconstruct virtually the object. This is our model, and it was done by one of my students. So you can now browse the model, you can walk through the model, but also what is particularly important is that we introduced the model inside the story structure. So we have been collecting data from, of course, archaeologists and other colleagues, historians from the team, and we created a structure of stories that give you an overview of the object, of the building of the object, and at the end you can also enter in the object using the 3D model. What is interesting about this project is that a professional writer wrote the stories, and the stories were told in first person by one of the historical characters. Actually, he was a friend of the benefactor who funded the building of the object. And we also, my colleague, visual artist, has made a drawing of assumed appearance of that person. This is him, the storyteller. So all the stories are told through him, and he is telling the stories to the audience. And the stories are interactive, meaning that you can jump from various sub-stories and learn more about particular details of the topic. What is important here is that the audience was really very happy to hear that stories with such emotion of one person. And we actually realized in this project that that if a person tells you the story, that the perception is completely different from a documentary storytelling that just names the facts and events. And we say that there is no soul in that. So we decided in our future projects to introduce these storytellers, and I will also recommend to this consortium to somehow incorporate a kind of storyteller in the game or whatever we will be making during the project. The Tašlihan project is set up in the Museum of Sarajevo, and there is one model of Sarajevo during that time. There is an interactive application, and you can enter inside the project. Also, we made a serious game and a documentary, because there are some people, believe it or not, who don't like to have interactive stories. So they say, I want to watch a movie, I want to sit back and relax and watch a movie. And we decided to accommodate also them. We edited all the stories together, and they can watch them as a movie. And the last but not least is the White Bastion project, which is the newest project that we had. And it is about an object in the outskirts of Sarajevo city, a part of city walls. It is a fortress called White Bastion. And actually, we were approached by an archaeologist who was leading the excavation of the site. And he said that that site is so interesting because it has remains from 3 time periods, from medieval period, from the Ottoman period, and from Austrian-Hungarian period of our history. And he wanted us to present it somehow using virtual reality and digital storytelling. So we created 6 3D models. Interesting point is that the budget of this project was only 3,000 euro. It was based on our enthusiasm and our crazy wish to do something in spite of not understanding of our government surrounding and whoever should be funding that. But we were lucky that the BH radio televisions agreed to a co-production, so we gave them the stories as a documentary, and they gave us the crew to record the stories. So this is the structure of the project. This can be interesting also for this consortium because it shows how you can present 3 periods in a history of an object using a combination of digital stories and 3D interactive virtual environments, which also contain stories, and they contain also reconstructed archaeological findings from the site, because many objects were found on the site. They are now in the museum. For example, parts of weapons. And if you see only that part, you cannot really understand what it was part of, especially not us who are not experts. So we reconstructed also the remaining of the object, and we can the user can enter in the environment, click on the object, and then see both the remain and the reconstructed object. I will not go into details. Yeah, I would like to tell you that we have been working as usual in an interdisciplinary team. So here you see the various professionals. The stories scenarios were written by the professional novelist and writer. The visual artists were involved, the technical people, the TV crew. We had an actor. And instead of talking about the project, I will play you a 4-minute video that can give you an overview of what we have done. So this was a short movie. The project is online and you can visit it if you like to see it. The link is on our lab website. And I would like to thank you for your attention. This is the link on our lab's website and all the projects are there. And I will be looking forward to enjoying this project and in this project meeting. Thank you very much.
Any questions? Okay. It's time for a coffee break, I guess. So we will continue with work maybe now. Okay.
Thank you.
Για το live stream.
Okay.
Πιάνουμε εδώ πέρα. Πες τα δύο κουβέντες.
Γεια σας. Ναι. Καλησπέρα, τι κάνετε. Εντάξει, να ακούγεται. Ναι, ναι, εντάξει. Ναι. Αυτό βγαίνει. Καλύτερα δεν έτσι. Ναι. Δεν δουλεύει. Οκ. Οπότε αυτό είναι. Okay.
Ένα, δύο. Hello, ένα, δύο. Ακόμα να πάω εκεί. Καλημέρα σας, καλώς ήρθατε. Μιλάω. Εγώ είναι καθυστέρηση. Εντάξει, ακούγεις, μια χαρά. Κάπου 10 δευτερόλεπτα.
Εντάξει, latency.
Okay, so the next speaker is Fotis Yarokapis from Masaryk University, and Fotis, all yours.
Thank you, Dimitris. Welcome to my presentation. It's my honor to be here. It's my first time in Cyprus. So I'll try to be quite brief. I want to present an overview of basically my work, but I'll start with my education. So as you can see, I've been in many places in England, and I ended up in Czech Republic for the past 2 years. I'm also a research fellow at the Serious Games Institute. I don't know if you're aware of that. It's one of the first Serious Games Institutes in Europe, and it's probably one of the biggest in Europe. It's based in Coventry, in England. And this is the lab I'm working at. We have 4 members of staff, including myself. We have more than PhD students, and we have different research areas. My areas, I'm going to focus on them in the next slides. Our location, this is our lovely black building, which is brand new. It was sponsored by the European Union, so it's good. In terms of equipment, we have a lot of hardware for augmented reality, virtual reality, and serious games. You can see first of all, we have a stereoscopic display with a very expensive motion tracking system, which is perfect for immersive experiences in virtual reality. Of course, we have headsets, HTC Vive and Oculus and other headsets that you can see. We have a 3D printer as well, and expensive brain-computer interfaces, which I'm going to show you a bit later on. In terms of the latest projects, we have a lot of projects, but these are the 3 latest projects we got, apart from iMARECULTURE. The first 2 are mine, which are Czech projects. The first one is about exploring mental disorders using virtual reality. And the second one is exploring GIS and geovisualization using, again, collaborative virtual reality. So my motivation, this is basically my research. I'm doing content creation, but I don't do it using photogrammetry or other methods. I'm using procedural modeling techniques. And then I'm doing visualization using virtual reality and augmented reality. And finally, I'm interacting with the environment using different techniques. So I'll start with virtual and augmented reality. I'm going to show you a number of videos, which I think is the easiest way to understand part of the thing I'm doing. So on the top video, you can see a mobile augmented reality application, which was done 2004 and until 2007. That was part of my postdoc. So it was a location-based service using virtual reality and augmented reality. Now you see the classical map. And now you can see the augmented reality. Remember, at that point, phones didn't have an accelerometer or digital compass. They hardly had GPS. So it was really a challenge to try to provide some augmented reality for the user. Next, you'll see the virtual reality reconstruction. That was done in London, in City University. And we did some studies as well, trying to see which medium is better for navigating and wayfinding. And we found no significant results between any of these 3D mediums, the map, the VR, and the AR. I've done a lot of different applications, mainly the areas of education, navigation, cultural heritage, and games. I'm going to show you another application, which was an augmented reality game. That was published in the press as well, and was an interesting scientific publication in a journal. So the idea was to use a tangible way of playing different types of games. So here you can see a simple pipe game, which starts from here. So the idea is the user has a tangible interface, and he has to create a pipelining between starting point, which is here, and ending point, which is there. There is also some water, which should be running through the pipes. So I don't know if you are going to see, you should see it. It's kind of bluish. So you see at some point the water is running through, so you have specific time to complete the game. Again, this is a simple game. This is an indoor environment, so I showed you both an outdoor and an indoor environment. And this is, as I said, a completely different way of playing games or interacting with the environment. I'm going to move on to another area, which is computer graphics. We're going now into more hardcore computer graphics applications, and this is mainly procedural modeling. So you can see on the video, I've done a lot of work trying to reconstruct procedurally using fractals, landscapes. Of course, these are not based on real data, but we're applying a lot of different techniques to smooth the terrain, and then we're trying to apply different algorithms for producing realistic erosion based on hydraulic and thermal factors. Another project which is kind of more interesting because it was focused on cultural heritage was procedural reconstruction of Roman settlements based on Vitruvius writings. So because we don't have the exact data, we based only our algorithms on the writings we found from Vitruvius. And we didn't go into detail because we tried to reconstruct the whole city. But you can see that in a while. We have a full reconstruction of the whole city, and it's done procedurally. So every time you press a button, you create another city which is based on specific rules, but it's done, as I said, procedurally. But what you can see from this visualization, what something is missing, which is crowds. And you can see on the last video here, we explored how crowd simulation can occur in this sort of environments. The next area which I've been working, and I mentioned that, was serious games. I was working at the Serious Games Institute. And that's a video which you can see from an old European project called Rome Reborn. So we got some data from this project, actually the 3D models. And the idea on that was to create a game for children aged 7 to 14 with the aim of teaching them something about history of ancient Rome. We also had some intelligent dialogue, so you can see that there is some animation. And at the end, I'm going to move on later on that. We did some brain-computer interaction. That was my task actually on this project. So instead of interacting with the game using the normal way, you can interact only with brainwaves. Another project which is it's the latest project we had at Masaryk University, is a serious game about moral dilemmas. And that also got a lot of attention. It was on the press. And the idea was to test whether virtual reality is producing a different effect when you want to test morality issues. So this was the moral dilemma that we chose was the mud bomber dilemma. I don't know if you're aware of that. And the idea was that you have to torture a terrorist. I don't know if I have the sound here. So you have a selection of different torturing techniques, and you can go to physical torturing or psychological torturing. Of course, you're not actually doing the torturing yourself, but you have the option, as you can see from there. And it's up to the player to select what sort of torturing you're going to do. And you can continue. You can go to the wife, and so on and so forth. Results that we found were quite impressive because people seem to be more keen to produce violence when they use virtual reality. So the wife is crying. I'll move on to the last area, which is, I mentioned that briefly, is brain-computer interfaces. And I use that for two different purposes. First of all, as you saw briefly, to interact. So again, you can see the previous video. With different types of sensors. So we can move from cheap sensors with only one sensor or 14 sensors, which are very cheap, or you can go and do it more professionally with more sensors and more expensive devices. But in the past, I experimented a lot with cheap sensors, and we managed to interact with, again, you can see the Romanova game. On the top, you can see the user interacting with only one sensor. I know some people from here have tried it, and they were not very happy. But also, we can use it for actually trying to understand what's happening on your brain when you're doing specific actions. So this is another psychological experiment. It's very famous. It's called the rubber hand illusion. I don't know if you're aware of that. The idea is you have a fake hand in front of you, and somebody is stroking simultaneously the fake hand and the real hand, which you cannot see. There's a paravan. And at the same time, we measure the brain waves. So this is a quite expensive device. It's more than 20,000 euros. And we try to see the differences between virtual reality, augmented reality, and the classical experiment. So this is a new kind of methodology which is used a lot lately, trying to understand, apart from doing some standard questionnaires, trying to understand what's happening on somebody's brain and see what's happening on your experiment. So this involves a lot of signal analysis, and it's not such an easy task. So I want to conclude with two things. First of all, I have a call for papers, which might be interested. The deadline is approaching fast. It's 9th of December. But it might be good dissemination. If anybody wants to submit something, it's on the Virtual Reality Journal. And the last thing is the conference, which is based on virtual environments and serious games. It's happening in Athens next year. The dates are here. You can see the website. So that was it. Thank you very much. And if you have any quick questions, I'm happy to answer them. Thank you.
Any questions? No, it was so simple.
Very easy.
Thank you, Foti.
Thank you.
So I think the next speaker is Haris Poulis. Which is not with us today, but he has sent a YouTube to present himself and the department and the lab.
Hello everyone, from Montreal in Quebec, Canada. My name is Haris Poulis.
Wait a minute.
First of all, I'd like to express my apologies for not being able to participate here with you for the iMARECULTURE 2008. I do hope those are okay.
Okay, let's start all over again.
Hello everyone, from Montreal in Quebec, Canada. My name is Haris Poulis. First of all, I'd like to express my apologies for not being able to participate here with you for the iMARECULTURE 2008. I do hope those are okay to chance to meet in person at the next meeting. So, firstly, let me introduce the members of the team from Concordia University who are involved in this project. Our team consists of faculty and students from various disciplines. First, let me introduce Dr. Lisa Hughes. He is an associate professor at the Department of Studio Art. The current role with Concordia University is chair in interaction design and games innovation. More recently, she co-founded and currently serves as the director of TAG. TAG is the cross-faculty agriculture, art, and games research center here at Concordia University, and it focuses on interdisciplinary research in game studies and game design. Next, Dr. Bart Simon, associate professor at the Department of Sociology and Anthropology. Bart's research is focused on the areas of science and technology studies, critical post-humanism, and everyday technoculture, with specific interest in digital culture, games and virtual worlds and simulations, surveillance, and social control. Currently, Bart serves as the director of MEDIA. MEDIA is the newly founded Institute for Arts, Culture, Technology at Concordia University. Next, we have Dr. Sudhir Mudur, professor at the Department of Computer Science and Software Engineering. Sudhir specializes in computer graphics and has been active in the graphics community since the very beginning, and continues to contribute to the knowledge in this field ever since. He currently serves as the director of the 3D Graphics Group. Finally, myself, I'm an associate professor at the Department of Computer Science and Software Engineering. My expertise is in the creation of virtual environments and their applications in virtual and augmented reality. I currently serve as the director of the Immersive and Creative Technology Lab. Now, you may be wondering how the expertise of the members of our team matches, or rather doesn't match. Well, as you probably have realized by the short introduction of each one of us, the expertise of the faculty and the research being conducted by them and their students have an underlying common thing, and that is games. So as a team, we are interested in how to create, visualize, and interact with virtual worlds, but all within the context of games. So at the same time, we're interested in the aesthetic, cultural, and communicative aspects of games. So in essence, we all work in the same domain, and that is games. Each one of us is addressing it from a different angle according to our respective expertise. Now, I will not go into further detail about the individual work of each of us. However, I do encourage you to visit the website of our labs and institutes to check out the recent and ongoing work that we're involved in. In regards to the iMareCulture, we're involved in several work packages. As you can see, our primary involvement is within work package 5. Work package 5 deals with the development of simulations and virtual environments. Within work package 5, and of course in collaboration with the partners in each task, we're involved in the following tasks. So first, we need to determine an integrated scientific approach, which will be used to guide the design and development of the facility games and virtual environments. So this is methodology, which will be used to develop improved understanding of the common European cultural heritage in task 5.1. This will be used to design the scenarios for the game. This is the objective of task 5.2. In addition to this, task 5.2 includes the development of detailed technical specifications of the architecture of the game. Then, the goal of task 5.4 is the development of an immersive visualization which will be installed at the Carlton Museum. This includes the creation, visualization, and interaction of the virtual environment, of virtual worlds, and storytelling. In task 5.6, the goal is the development of an educational game which will simulate practices and procedures currently used in underwater excavation. Once all the games and visualizations are complete, the last step is to assist for practical testing and evaluation of the display technologies which will be developed for this particular project. So this is the objective of task 5.7. We're also involved in work package 6, which deals with systems integration and evaluation, but I won't go into detail about that. The task descriptions are pretty much self-explanatory. So if I were to summarize our involvement in a sentence, I would say that Victoria will be offering expert users and vital systems in the development of VR and AR applications. So that's it for me. Thank you very much for your attention, and from all of us here, thank you.
Well, you may be watching the live stream. I don't know. So that's Harris. Okay. Next one is the University of Marseille at CNRS, but unfortunately, Pierre Drab and Jean-Christophe Soussan would not be able to attend. They just mailed me yesterday, so they won't be here, unfortunately. So we will move on to 3D research and Fabio. Okay.
No one. I can talk for 1 hour at least. Okay. Thank you, Dimitris. Thank you to everybody. So I'm going to present the 3D research. That is one of the two companies in the project, involved in the project. 3D Research is a spin-off, so it's a company that was born in inside the University of Calabria, where I teach, and I work as an associate professor, and is one of the two companies that we have recently found. One 3D Research that started in 2008, and the last H2020 that has started 2 years ago. H2020 is more related to underwater mechatronics, so the things, the tools that Barbara has briefly shown you that assist the restorers and also the professional divers in their work. So the group is heterogeneous because we have 4 staff in the university, 7 persons in the 3D research and 4 in the H2020. The workflow that we have in 3D research for mostly our projects are that we work both on the scanning technologies and on the modeling and animation technologies for obtaining the data, the 3D models that we use for the 3D documentation, monitoring, restoration, and especially exploitation. Exploitation is probably the most important field of application for us. In fact, our customers are usually the museums and also some local governments that acquire technologies for improving the experience inside the museum. Okay, this is, for example, this is one of the mostly used the exhibit that is composed by a 3D monitor that where you can use the glasses for stereoscopic view and the touch screen that make you able to interact with the software. In general, we follow all the process from the 3D scanning to the production of the exhibit and the development of the software. We have also another product that is mostly software product that is a movie, it's interactive virtual museum, and it put together several features like interactive maps, like Google Maps, for example, where you can find some point of interest. Multimedia guide, so in the museum can use beacons, RFC, or QR code for having a guide that explain you what you are seeing. Or also virtual exhibit controller in the sense that you can find a monitor in the museum, and when you put the smartphone with the app near the monitor, you take the control of the monitor for interacting with the software that is running on the monitor. And you can listen the content in your language using the earphone of the smartphone. We also, in the university, we also have a 3D printing lab that a part of the commonly used printers that use the wires, the fused filament fabrication. We have two big 3D printer that is using the technology of laser sintering that is mostly advanced, and particularly that one that is able to print also part in metal, in iron steel. 3D printing is used also, for example, not only for fabrication of replicas, but also for fabrication of part that is missing for the restoration, or supports for exhibition, or also you can use it for creating silicone mold and then with the resin filling create a replica using a material that is more similar to the original one. For example, for the marble, you can use a resin filled with marble powder, and then you have a result that is more similar to the marble instead of a plastic that is better. But I would like to spend the remaining part of the time for talking to you about the VISAS project that is among the various projects that we are following this year, the one that is more related to the iMARECULTURE project. VISAS project means that we are working in these 2 years. The project has finished, has been completed in September of this year. And it means that the goal is the integrated exploitation of underwater archaeological sites. So the main goal is to improve the visitor experience and enjoyment of our underwater archaeological sites. So in that sense, it is very interesting for us to work on iMareCulture because we can continue to work on this very, very important topic. And the specific goal that we have developed in this year is to work on a methodology that allow us to combine and fuse the optical and the acoustic technique for the generation of multi-resolution textured 3D models. Then we have developed a virtual reality system for virtual diving. And finally, the underwater tablet that we will continue to work on iMareCulture. So in this picture, you see the schema of the architecture of the system that is based on the acquisition of optical data that usually can be done by divers or ROV, the acquisition of acoustic data with multi-beam usually, and we have the methodology for the 3D reconstruction that fuse all this data. The data are stored in a database with an architecture that we have developed, and then you can enjoy this data both with the virtual reality diving tool or the augmented reality diving tool. Okay, I think I don't spend, but I think that is the 3D reconstruction data fusion is not so focused because in iMareCulture we have we assume that we already have the data. So, but just one word that is Why is important to fuse acoustic and optical data? Because when we have to create a virtual diving application, we don't need only the reconstruction of the shipwreck, but also of the surrounding environment, because I can assume that a virtual diver will want also to go around during his visit. So how you can do that? You can do that by fusing the acoustic data, that is a large data set that covers hectares, with the optical one that is very detailed. So the acoustic data is okay for the seabed, that is as not so important for the, if you have a rocks, it's okay, the one decimeter for resolution, but if you have the fines, you need 1 millimeter of resolution. And so we have thinking about, we have developed some technology, some methodologies for fusing this data, because you can use acoustic localization for understand where precisely the optical data has to be aligned, or you can also use some optoacoustical artificial markers. So you can place some marker that contains air inside, so it has a very strong reflectance in the acoustic field, and you can use this spoke that you can easily find in the acoustic data to align with the optical data. The drawback is that you need to prepare the site. So you need to go there, put the marker, acquire both optical and acoustic, and fuse them. It's not always easy to do that. And in some other cases, is probably you will need an USBL or another acoustic localization system to resolve the problem. Okay, when you have the model, you go to prepare all the effects or the computer graphic aspects that you need for having a funny environment with all the fishes, with the algae, with the sun, with the moving the shadows, and so on. And in our case, we put also the surrounding environment also outside the water, because we start the application outside the water. So we need also to model, and you can use a drone or a LiDAR or whatever you want for modeling the surrounding environment, and then starting the virtual diving from outside and then go down. This is what you can see in our virtual diving application, but later I will show you a video that is better. How you can enjoy a virtual diving? You can use an HMD, an head-mounted display, or other visualization techniques. The head-mounted display is particularly interesting because it's like a mask, it's like a diving mask. So it seems to be, there's not so much difference in some cases. So it is funny. I've seen the Dimitrios have posted on Facebook a very interesting application from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology that uses an HMD combined with a very strange system that with some wires you are suspended and you can also dive with your body. Okay, also if you don't want to use the system from the meet, we can use something like the 8.
It's actually cheaper to die.
Yeah, in fact. We have tried several head-mounted display. Now we are in love with the ATC Vive, that is the one that you can see here, because it works very well. It has an integrated optical tracking system that usually costs 10,000 years, and now you can buy all the system with 700 years, and this is very interesting. The other stuff, that the other system that we use is the standard three-dimensional monitor with the stereoscopic glasses for having more immersion. And you can interact with this system or by using a tablet with an interface like that, like with similar like in a video games, you can navigate. And then having also the audio that explain you the point of interest spread over the site. This is the system instead that I've shown you before, that is more suitable for museums or for for that installation where there is not a person that help you. Okay, because if you use this system, you need a person that help you use this system, because you need one that explain you, that I'll help you to wear the helmet and so on. Also the same for this one, because you have the tablet that is not to be easy to manage, but instead if you have a no supervised installation, you can use something like this. This is one, the customization that we have done for the Visas project, and here you see also some of the screenshot of the touch user interface that we show usually on that screen, on the touch console. So the last topic is the augmented reality diving system. That is the most important, the principal contribution that we are going to develop in to continue to develop in the iMARECULTURE. At the moment, the system is based on an acoustic localization. You know that GPS underwater doesn't work. So if you would like to know where you are in the diving site, you need a localization that doesn't use electromagnetic waves. So we use acoustic localization based on fixed beacons. So we have 4 or more beacons placed in the underwater site. These beacons acoustically communicate with the modem that is installed on the tablet, and with a triangulation algorithm we can understand where we are. And then we have the app installed on the tablet that give you all the information about your position, about what you are saying, the point of interest, that are not only archaeological, but are also, for example, biological. Here you can see the tablet, the diving system in action. Here you see the beacon. The beacon can be mounted on a pole or can be anchored to a weight and then put in position with a bag, an airbag. And here you can see the modem that is installed behind the tablet. This is the debug version, in the sense that these are 2 connectors for connecting a buoy that we use for the running debugging. So we see what the diver is seeing during the application. But we have also developed a more compact version of the modem. This is another picture, so you can see the beacons placed on a pole, in this case, that is in Calaminola, and this the other system that we use for placing the beacon. The beacon actually has a working time of 24 hours. So the beacon can stay for 24 hours, then you need to recharge the batteries. Further developments will try to implement a more intelligent battery management system, because the beacon actually stay alive for all the time. Instead, we can try to put in standby and then wake up the beacon, so we have the possibility to optimize the battery consumption. Here you can see the user interface of the app that is based. The app communicates with the server before the diving, because you can choose the diving that you have planned and then download the data. That means the 3D model of the site with all the data about the buoy. So you can start the diving, and then you have something like that. It is a bit changed. So you can see your position, you can see some point of interest, you can see some information about the diving, and zoom in, zoom out, and take photo. And here also the info about the point of interest. The photo can be geolocalized, and this could be also an interesting feature for archaeological research, because you can take pictures that are precise. Nice. The accuracy is about alpha meter of the accuracy of the acoustic localization system. In the worst case, we have reached also better accuracy. So when you store the picture has the the metadata about the GPS position. And then when the dive is finished, the pictures are automatically loaded on a server, so you can have actually a social website where you can share with the other divers the pictures from your dive, because this is an important feature for the dissemination, the promotion of the system, obviously, the social system. Okay, this is, so that's all. I think that we have to talk about that application also tomorrow, but if you have any question, I would like to respond to that. Thank you.
Thanks, Fabio. Very interesting. Definitely we will use it and we will hopefully improve the system.
Yeah, sure.
Many aspects. So the next speaker is Mr. Tibor
Like
from
iMARE or
Holographica.
iMARE. We should agree. iMARE or iMARE?
iMARE.
iMARE. Then I'm Tibor.
Okay. You're going to use your own?
Yeah, it's better because I have a video. There's always a problem.
Do you need a special?
No, nothing. Just this cable. This is it.
This is an old-fashioned cable.
No, it's no problem. Let's do it again. You know, I'm a visualization guy. So, it's a pleasure being here. So my name is Tibor Balog. And in Hungarian, the Tibor is the given name and the Balog is the family name. So in Hungarian, we use it in opposite. So Balog Tibor. That's the normal way. Anyway, so Holographica is a technology company. We are located in Budapest, Hungary. And we developed for long proprietary technology. So we came from the holography field, and that was the way we arrived to the 3D displaying. And I think the technology we are pushing changed a little bit the 3D landscape. So it's not an easy way, but some way shows how 3D should look like. And in relation to this, we had to deal with the 3D acquisition, post-processing, 3D software, whatever, because that was not a conventional system, so not a stereoscopic system, which is basically a 2D display. So from display point of view, I tell you the 3D TV is absolutely a 2D display, just maybe it goes double speed or has a polarizing foil, so that's maybe $1 plus in the manufacturing process. So that was the reason for the, yeah, thank you, for the Asian company. So anyway, we wanted to make the perfect 3D. Of course, we are on the way. it's at least as ambitious as iMARE project. And in this way, I think we influenced some way this field. We were also strongly involved in the European R&D. We had several projects. Some of you might know Holographica, like Fabio. Now we have some ongoing Horizon 2020 project like the OptIntegral, and then we have some iMareCulture projects. So we have some ESRs. I mean, PhD postdocs. So Holographica is some way in the border of the commercial or industrial company and being a research entity having strong university connections. So what are we doing, and how is it different what other people are doing? It means I used to tell, if you look out of the window, you see a 3D. And if you give any longer definition, you should be suspicious, at least. here from the window. Maybe. It would be a surprise. I'm absolutely. What's this? Maybe we just can. If I simply here, let's do it like this. It can make the music. So anyway, it was not from the window. No. So, and then just think a little bit. So if you look out of the window, you see the street and the cars, whatever in 3D. But not. What you see, these are the light beams that are leaving the window glass internal surface. So if I would give you that piece of glass together with all the light beams, this is the light field, then you would see the same street, even if the street is not there. So this is how holograms work, and this is how our thinking was that, okay, let's do something like this, a light emission surface like this, where you really can control each point on the screen and to control what kind of light beams you emit to any base. So if you examine the window glass, make a small hole on it. If you look down, you can see the cars. If you look up, you can see the blue sky. So from the same single point, you can see different light beams emitted. So if you are able to build a light emission surface like this, where you have all the different light beams, different intensity, different color, and so on, you can build up any kind of 3D view. The funny point that we are often talking about polarization phase. This is related for holography. So this is what you don't need for 3D, because your eye doesn't see. So you need the direction, intensity, and the position of the light beams. And then that was the approach we had, and more or less systematically, again, yeah, maybe, or here, no. Anyway, so you can see on the upper corner, so what we did. So the question was, how can we make a light emission surface, and from one single point we can emit a lot of light beams. You can make subpixel structure, you can make active pixels, whatever. So all of those methods were analyzed, but on a realistic way, what we chose that to hit the screen from many directions, from elementary light sources or projection optical modules. And that was the way that we arranged everything behind the screen. And this side of the screen, as you can see, we can make the direction selective emission. And this is a nice feature, because as you see, if light beam cross in front of the screen, you will see that point there. Or the red light beams that cross behind the screen, and they are behaving like if they were propagating from that point. You will see it behind it. And everybody will see it. Even I'm here, or if you are there, so like a physical reality. So it is free of all the artifacts that you have in the stereoscopic imaging, where as you move, the image follows you and distorted. So by this method, you can make an undisturbed continuous 3D view. Many viewers can see the display even doesn't know who is watching from where. So it can be okay for collaborative scenarios, and can be a kind of compromise-free visualization. So instead of talking too much, I have a video. So this is what we think how 3D should look like in the future. So as you see, no limitations, so no glasses, no positioning. So we don't tell you that you have to stand here and you see the image. As you see, the camera was moving, and the image is still there. So you can be everywhere. You can watch as a normal TV, but this is 3D. And then, you know, that was the real challenge here. We made extreme wide-angle 3D. So 180-degree light emission, this is not so easy optically, I tell you. So you can feel the style of the holovisio feature. Okay, I don't want to leave it running long. So the whole principle, as you see, can apply to range of displays. So we have displays from the monitor size, like 30 inches, up to the 72 inches, Fabio saw probably, and even up to the cinema size, so like a 3-meter screen. This is absolutely scalable. I have another video for the large-scale system on the cinema. So this is interesting because of the size, and also that this is a front projection arrangement, so exactly like in a cinema. So we replace the screen for a hologram screen, the one projector distributed projection bridge, and as you see, again, the camera is moving. This is on purpose a static image. And then you can see that as if you are watching the same screen from this different position, you can really feel the parallax properly. So this is a kind of word first 3D cinema. So for the large scale 3D visualization, this is a kind of solution. However, for instance, ray projection systems are better for the interaction because you can go quite to the screen. Here, you make shadow on the screen. So, of course, there's a lot of software behind. The real conception at Holographica that we don't want people to learn new applications, so we have a compatible software environment. So if you have existing software application, 3D application, we try to put the image on the screen, and you don't have to deal with it. The typical platform for us was the OpenGL. So most of the application de facto were OpenGL, and then we catch the OpenGL calls, and it's quite difficult in the background, I tell you, but the viewer doesn't notice anything. He will see the application smooth on the screen. As of the live content, and if you make, for instance, underwater camera shootings, that's more interesting. So that's a lucky situation. If you have a static object, then you are in the position to make a kind of turntable application style stuff that you are moving around the shipwreck or the object, and then if you know the camera path, or if you don't know, maybe we can find out. It is possible to build up any kind of 3D model, but this is not our job. Just tell you. So if you make some underwater camera shootings, and of course, a few camera shootings is not enough. It should be more or less a continuous, and let's say the more view position you have, the better. And this is it. I tell you why, because if you expect on the display side the freedom that you can stand everywhere and you would watch the content from any side, then you have to collect on the other side this content to show to the audience. And this shows what is the real difference between a stereoscopic system, which is one single viewpoint, left and right, but one single viewpoint, or the holovisio where you are free to move. Okay, just a few examples of the existing holovisio application from medical to the automotive. This last one is interesting. We made, this is not yet public, so I can show you. For the first in Korea, we installed a big system. It will be a telepresence system, a man-scale hologram screen, and we have a camera room somewhere else in the building, and we can make a kind of 3D telepresence. A person just steps out of the wall. So, as of the applications, we were contacted several times already in the topic of virtual museums. So this is not the round of people I have to convince anyone about the virtual museums. Just to make it clear, so on one hand, this gives a kind of emotionally rich impression to the audience. So they will be happy to go to such places. On the other hand, it makes you a safe way to show certain treasures, or when you don't have it on site, you can show this. And on the third point, you can add. I mean with augmented reality services, storytelling, you can educate people. And of course, can be interactive. And then, you know, what is interactive? We experience if we had some interactions, then we had a crowd. If you just show something and no interaction, people just leave because they don't know how to get in touch with the topic. So just a few example of the interaction tools. Fabio had the similar. In short, I tell you, so what the touch screen is for the 2D, that's the gesture control for 3D, because in 3D you don't have to touch the screen. Sometimes you even don't feel where the screen is, so you interact with the object, and so it can be any kind of tracking, or it can be gaze control, voice control, whatever you have. So you don't have to think just on the screen plane, but any kind of interaction modalities which are available and reach. Just again, a few examples that from a very early approaches that you can build different configuration, replacing the conventional museum exhibits, making islands, a little bit like a combination of more displays and so on, or even we had a project proposal which was finally not successful, a kind of tele-immersion concept that you can be or you can feel yourself in a cave-like environment if you were in this concrete case, you know, in the Acropolis Museum, and it can be, let's say, broadcasted or multicasted to different places of the world. Let me tell here something about the virtual reality and light field geometry, because maybe this is not evident for everyone. So the virtual reality, this is always single-centered stuff. So you look out. So you have a 360-degree horizontally, vertically view. The light field is more complex, unfortunately. So if you give the freedom, you have to have a kind of range where you collect the information, and then you look into the volume. So instead of looking out, so for instance, you have the shipwreck, I have to surround it with cameras, and then in the museum you can see it. In the VR, this is a single center stuff. If you had all the moves, by the way, then VR and light field becomes the same. But if you made a single pass recording, then the museum visitors will be only able to move on one single pass and see what the camera saw on the side. So just to make it evident. And of course, in the display side, the same geometry fits. So again, the single viewpoint and free viewpoint approach. How would it look like? So I can show you just conception, because these systems would be probably in the price of the gold, by the way, but it is possible to build man-scale cave-like structures, but better than caves, so no edges, no corners, nothing. Multiple people, multiple viewers or visitors can be in the same space. It can be interactive, and everybody would share the same stuff. So if you see a column, then everybody will see the column on the same position. So in the VRs, VR caves, there's only one people who see the correct view. All the others see a kind of guided stereo tour only. So this is sometimes not in agreement with the reality. And then it is possible with this holovisio approach to make any kind and any shape projection. And of course, these systems are in the range of some 100 megapixel range, and that's the reason why they are more expensive. By the way, so not we are the expensive guys. In the 3D, you have much more information. And if you build up a perfect 3D view, you need orders of magnitude more pixels. So if you have, let's say, in an easy situation, 100 views, and in every angle I show you a different view, then for a 100-degree field of view, it would be 100 times of the pixels. It's so easy. So it can be much more interesting, because then you can make the action on time and on purpose, so on. or instead of immersive system, you can have a 360-degree walk-around system like this cylindrical approach. So anyway, so at the end, getting to our role, so we will be the visualization side of the project, and our goal will be to have non-aided and natural visualization. Non-aided means so we don't give glasses, you don't have to deal with any kind of positioning, whatever. So we would take a screen somewhere where you see the underwater site as is. We will contribute along with this to different work packages which are related to the 3D models, 3D rendering techniques, and then we are responsible for certain deliverables like the system architecture design and system integration. System integration is always a real problem in the project. So I emphasize at this stage already, we really have to take it seriously, the integration, because that's always where projects fail. So and this is what my experience tells me. And of course, at the end, we are the partner for the optimization and testing, and in the exploitation, in the display-related technology, what in concrete terms would mean that we will install an existing HoloVisio system, which will be existing that time, because the project budget itself is not sufficient to build a huge immersive system. I would be happy to build, by the way, but it is not. So what will be available, and it will be installed for a demo period at Thalassa Museum at the proper stage of the project. So this is who we are and what we will do. And thank you for your attention. And I will be really excited on this project. Thank you.
I have a question, Michael. What was the interaction? I mean, gestures should be difficult for the computer to understand. I guess it's quite difficult to follow up gestures. Any other more easy ways if we need to, let's say, use some kind of control?
Yeah, I agree. So I know. So when you don't have anything in your hand, then this is not so effective. I just tell you the first gesture we had to do the undo because always something happened. The image just flies somewhere where you don't want. So this is it. But I tell you something. So we are on the display side. So imagine that you have some kind of input devices, sensors. You have the content, you have your application, and the, let's say, interaction is in between the sensor and the application. The display, just showing it. The display is okay for interaction because we put you in front of the screen, the content, and you can manipulate some way. But this is not a display-related software task, but you are controlling the application. And then maybe you can use a commercial type of interaction tools, cameras, Leap, I don't know, Kinect, and so on.
Just a quick question. You mentioned that the graphics is based on OpenGL.
Yeah.
What about you? Can you integrate from that side?
Yeah. So if we work together, yes. In that case, we provide you APIs or plugins to that. In that case, you have to communicate with the engine developer some way. So in the OpenGL, the good point, I don't have to communicate anything. I can simply catch and interpret all the graphical commands. But if you have some kind of dedicated self-developed engine, this is fine. In that case, we will give you an API for the holographic display, and you put into your engine, and it will be smooth. So, thank you. Tibor. Call simply Tibor.
us.
Should I switch back the?
Oh, no, 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 no. It's better not. It didn't work the previous time. No. Так, що далі? Так, що є.
Right. So I have to wear two hats. One is the chair of the department. So I need to welcome you to the Department of Engineering and Geomatics. A brief overview of what is being done with respect to similar items that have some connection to the project. We have about 10 elective faculty and a lot of people that work together in various areas of civil engineering and geomatics. Some early photos of younger people. We are spread out in the middle of the old town of Limassol. We'll occupy various buildings. There is a phase one, which is we are in here, and phase two is an expansion pole. So there is an expansion plan going on, depending on the financials, of course. The photogrammetric lab, Dimitris is going to talk about more in the second part of the presentation. There is a geodesy lab. There is a remote sensing and environment lab. And there is a very young geoanalytics lab. Undergraduate studies, we offer civil engineering degrees and land surveying and geomatics engineering degrees. So two degrees, 2 years are in common, the first 2 years. We have 2 postgraduate courses, and the most recent one has actually launched just this September. As a master essentially in geoinformatics and geospatial technologies, covering some of those aspects that you see here. And we, as a department, we have a lot of collaboration with public and industrial partners locally. Some of those are listed here. European partners and international partners. Civil engineering, geoinformatics, and the environment for applications. Some of those areas are actually here, remote sensing, geoinformation, photogrammetry, geodesy, geostatistics, spatial analysis, and so forth. Funding, quite successful, dynamic set of people that go for funding locally and internationally. And the only thing this is a very brief introduction to the department because we're not interested in this per se. Just want to mention there is a twinning project about remote sensing and cultural heritage that's already running. And this is the second major project in cultural heritage that we are very happy to be involved in. That's all for that. So I'll give the floor to Dimitris. Oops, sorry. Undo gesture.
Undo gesture, yes, indeed. Okay. So from our side and from the Department of Civil Engineering, the people that are going to work on the problem and project is Dr. Elias Frentlos, which is back there. He's a civil engineer of the first diploma. Then he has a PhD on spatial and spatio-temporal databases, location-based services, and geographical information systems. And he has a lot of publication in this aspect. He has worked in several research projects. And we have Panos over there. He is doing a PhD now in the area of underwater 3D modeling and mapping. And he's secretary of ISPRS working group regarding underwater data acquisition and processing. With me being co-chair in the same commission, working group, excuse me. myself, I remember, actually, I remember an FP4 project that we have participated, I have participated as a young researcher back in 2000 to 2004 concerning rapid prototyping and 3D modeling of cultural heritage objects. And we managed to do back then, with the technology available, a full life-size scale of a Kouros, both 3D modeling, and use some powder, marble powder, to make it feel like marble, but it was not that very good at that time, at least. Of course, Fedon, who is a professor and chair of our department, he's in the field of geostatistics. Would you like to do yourself?
Okay. Spatial analysis and geostatistics, GI science, and I recently moved to. Actually, I was between the U.S., Santa Barbara, and Greece, the Aegean, and then back to the U.S., and then back to Cyprus. So I've been kind of a traveler. I'm an associate editor of geographic analysis and some of the other editorial things that I've been doing. And essentially, I'm going to be. I'm actually very, very happy to be working with various people here, and I'll show you now why.
Okay, so the photogrammetric vision lab more or less is working on structure and monument 3D modeling. So we're using laser scanners and image-based modeling for doing 3D of architectural structures, monuments, and so on. Recently, we have participated in a project about reunification of digital reunification of Parthenon frieze, and this was done with scanning in both Acropolis Museum, and actually that was handheld laser scanning, detailed laser scanning of the parts of the Parthenon frieze that are in Acropolis Museum, and we did the same scanning based on photogrammetric processing of the SFM techniques of the marbles in the British Museum, and this was done during 4 nights. We were working while the museum was closed for various reasons, and it has finished 2 years ago. Then again, we are using autonomous UAVs for aerial mapping of large areas, and we have been implementing some techniques for bathymetry. You know that there is refraction, so the bathymetric contours cannot be recovered precisely. So we have developed some kind of algorithm to compensate for that, so that now we can take bathymetric measurements for up to 10, 12 meters, depending on how clear the waters are, of course. And just recently, we have been working on precise 3D recording of deformations during lab exercises and stress laboratory experiments. And of course, we are working in underwater photogrammetry for field archaeology. And as Stella explained, we have been involved in Mazotos since 2010. And in Ischia, actually, we only have one excavation period in 2014. So, this is some orthophotos from Mazotos during some excavation periods, and you can see the changes of on the site. We are using some techniques and actually comparison of point clouds to see what it's missing or what has been moved from excavation period to excavation period. We are making very nice and detailed 3D point clouds and models. And we are trying to produce a 3D object database, which seems not technically difficult, but conceptually difficult to actually implement. And this is from Nisia excavation site, also photo of the whole site and some 3Ds, very, very detailed 3Ds. Okay, so I guess now.
Yeah. Okay. So regarding my past, my background essentially, going from bottom to the top, I've been involved in several projects, either as a PI or as a co-PI or investigator. A lot of those were based on geographical, essentially, issues and GIS science issues. Essentially, all of those are not that related to the project. So what is related to the project and why I'm actually here is more about the connections between the maritime connections and the sea routes. I'm going to just give some brief background on that, not from this presentation. So, and I'm very happy that Stella is actually here. And it'll be very, very exciting to see what she has to say. Not now, afterwards.
Not in the open session.
So there is a big push for research on connectivities, especially in the Aegean and the Mediterranean, right? So especially the network part, so where islands or ports or places of interest are connected, essentially is consisting of a maritime network, and the structure of that network and how many links are coming to the nodes are actually indicative of the power of the place and of the changes in culture or otherwise between the places. And how those networks change over time actually gives us some idea about the dynamics and the power plays of the region. So that is part of network science. So network science is about algorithms and abilities to characterize the structure of the network based on either measures like those involved there, and it has essentially applications to any types of networks, maritime networks being one of those. Now, another thing that we actually are interested, apart from the structure of the networks, is the interaction throughput. Essentially, the how much stuff is flowing from one one node to another, and that modeling essentially has a long-standing geographical tradition coming from the gravity models in the 70s and still going on, right? So, and nowadays statistical physics are also involved in describing those types of interactions. So what is our mine, essentially, or my part in this project, as I understand it? iMARECULTURE essentially as a virtual reality component that exports the experience of an underwater culture heritage site to its potential visitor before and possibly after the actual visit. We have the part that describes what is in there, which is the part where photogrammetry and augmented reality might come in or comes in. And then we need the broader context because that experience is not void of context. It is actually pertaining to a particular site that has an identity and a story. That context is essentially given by archaeologists, and it's not actually underwater, right? So it's not for what is there. It's elsewhere, on the sea surface, on the land, and depending on the interactions. So as I see it, the serious gaming part is where we would come in, where we have to simulate within some context and within some assumptions the interaction between people, seafarers, and the environment. That would involve physical environment, winds and currents. It would involve coastal geomorphology, coastline harbors, anchorages. It would involve civil engineering and sailing techniques. And of course, all this has to be packed nicely in a storytelling experience to make it essentially accessible and more pretty, right? What's the word? I forget the word. Attractive. Yes, attractive. Thank you. So the context essentially is the seafaring. Archaeology gives us that. We need a motivation. So, and motivation is given by activities and why people want to do what they want to do. One of that is commerce. And especially for this region is commerce involving metals, trade. The other one essentially are the networks that define the activity space. And of course, people like Stella have been instrumental in shaping that for this region and beyond. So once you have the context, once you have the motivation, you have then the travel, the trip. And that needs to take into account the structure of the vessel and the characteristics. And once this is seaborne, it has to go through the environment. And that's where the physics come in. There are, of course, approximations, and most of us, me personally, I don't know about other people, would invoke a lot of those approximations. One example here from the previous article is about approximate travel times from Salamis in eastern Cyprus, based on some assumptions regarding the prevailing wind strength and direction. So serious gaming maybe has another name also, or not the implementation in actually the computer world, but actually the process of putting people in the environment that interact with the environment has also a name called agent-based modeling. Right, so the agents are the people. They need to be equipped with a motivation. That's where the historical context comes in. And then we have to let them go out from the ports. They cannot go anywhere, anytime they want. They need to get out the port where the conditions are favorable. And then once they go, they have to have a destination, because that's where they want to go, unless we're exploring, and that can be also part of that. So they have to have a destination path, and they need to keep that. But they cannot easily do that because they have the wind and all the other things that hit them. There is actually a recently awarded ERC grant, the project EPNet, that essentially looks at this particular concept as on the topic of Roman trade based on amphora and their tags that have who sent what to whom. So the very small footage that I have in this area comes from a master's thesis supervision that I had the joy to conduct. It was in the University of the Aegean, where I was before, and it involved an archaeologist from the Academy of Athens that has been excavating in the northern Aegean, and a professor from the Marine Sciences Department that works on ocean circulation in the region. So all that is good, but at the end you have to make it work. In order to make it work, you need to make a lot of simplifying assumptions. All right, so this is what it should be like. At the end is something different, right? So I'm going to describe briefly the something different part. So the real data came from the Poseidon system that gives us wind direction and speed, and currents and their direction and speed. And that's on a 5-kilometer resolution and every 6 hours. So what we did essentially was to consider several ports of the, let's say, Minon times, and let vessels get out at specific periods of time between 6 o'clock and in the morning and 12 o'clock in the noon. And then depending on what are the conditions at the particular pixel that the vessel started, they has to seek the optimal path, the optimal next pixel to its path under the conditions of the wind. And that path essentially leads, that interaction has a lot of things. For example, if it is too windy, it has to lower the sail. If it is too windy, he might actually drown. If he hits the land, he must probably either avoid it or set sail so he can wait. I frankly do not remember whether we let the vessel travel at night, right? But so don't ask me this question. I don't remember. And the idea essentially is to let those particles, which is the same thing as simulating particles from in diffusion and things like that, and essentially you track where they would go. All right. So what you see here is a heat map where you have the number of vessels at each pixel, and the arrow points to the direction, indicates the direction of the median direction of those ships as they travel through their route. So this is at the end of the day, we actually did make the assumption that because in order to simulate really with physics, you need salinity, because salinity is actually the drag, the friction of the vessel on the sea. So unless you have that, which is very difficult to get, you can maybe apply physics by books and whatnot. So what we did is forgot about all this and said, modern vessels can catch up the half of the wind speed, so we put it at a third of the wind speed. So if there was no wind, then the vessel would actually travel only by the currents. If there was a lot of wind, then the vessel will actually have several alternatives, and we essentially, that was only done for days on a 6-hour interval for 1 year. So some of those trips, so then what I'm showing you is just one aspect of the work, because you can sit down and say things like, in order to complete a trip from a destination A to destination B, what is the optimal time for me to get out of the port, right? Because not all the exit days will actually lead to successful trips, and not all the exit days from the port will lead actually to short trips, right? So there is this exploration essentially of the interaction between the winds and the vessel. Not to bore you with all this, you can look at all this. These are all very, very uncertain, all right? And these are all very, very prone to any kind of criticism that you can make, right? So, but that's an exploration, and that is actually something that you can also look like. You can use it as far as saying this: where would actually be the shipwrecks, right? So where is the part where those routes, those sea routes, would actually be unsuccessful, so that they actually boat is sunk. So with that, as I see it in the project i-MareCulture, we'll use public domain geospatial data pertaining to the physical environment, coastline harbors, major ports of commercial activity. These are actually the boundaries within which the activity is being placed. And the context, the historical context, is actually the stimuli for the activity, right? So it has to trigger activity, because then people have to have motivation to go to do something. The ship routes of the classical and Hellenistic period will be reconstructed based on spatial analysis modeling using sea current and weather data. Now, whether we're going to opt for this particular approach or make something even more simple, like use the average wind conditions or the average current conditions, frankly, I'm not sure that this is the correct thing to do, because this averaging smooths, and if it smooths, it gives you a wrong idea about what the environment is, right? So so we have naval engineering technologies, sailing technologies that will provide essentially the physical world dynamics and human ingenuity. Together, all those constitute complexity. So we could think of that we're doing complexity science, maybe not, right? Nevertheless. So with that, I would say that we fit well in the overarching i-MareCulture objective, which is essentially to employ modern technologies to render underwater cultural heritage sites more attractive, more accessible to public. And somewhere in this is also the seafaring game. Right? So that's where I come. Thank you.
Thank you for the So I have to close the session. Thank you all for your interesting presentations. I certainly believe that we can all put our expertise together towards the i-MareCulture project goals. And we need a lot of work to start speaking a common language, because integration is the key point, as I just mentioned. Okay, so thank you all for being here. Thanks to our guests. Thank you for for the live session. And we are going to, on the partners, going to meet here back in 2 o'clock. Okay? So thank you all.